of the soul with itself in what context. At the same time, okay. Have I lost the screen?
No, sir.
No, I am not able to see the change in slides. Just a minute.
I will request participants please switch on their video so that the interaction would be more effective, and sir will be also feel good like he is having interaction with the people there in front of his eyes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that would be nice if everyone can switch on the videos as well. So another saying that goes is one cannot solve today's problems with a yesterday's mindset. How many of you believe that this saying is true? We can interact through the chat window. There specifically I have used two devices so that we can make this interactive. So one cannot solve.
Completely agree, sir.
One cannot solve today's problems with a yesterday's mindset. How many of you believe this?
Sir, I completely agree.
You completely agree, right? So let's try and possibly spend a couple of minutes, devote a couple of minutes to try and figure out what are today's problems according to the participants over here. Can we have a quick list of top of the mind problems that we all are facing today? Maybe as a society, maybe as a nation, maybe as mankind, maybe as even individual faculty members, members of departments, colleges, universities, and so on. Okay, so blended learning, yes, from an academic perspective, it's both a problem as well as opportunity. Let's not go into that. What are the today's challenges? Okay, one is blended learning, fine. Decision making, social distancing, okay, great. Further, is that all? Can you just broaden your perspectives to look at what's happening globally, what's happening to the planet, what's happening to the economy, what's happening to our own nation? Any more inputs on this? Yes, we have to think critically throughout the session. Let's not it be a theoretical session where we only discuss definitions and models and so on and so forth.
Sir, may I?
Unemployment ratio, yes. Yeah, sure. You can unmute and speak, or you can post. I think posting in the chat would be more beneficial. Coping with pandemic.
I love to interact, sir.
Okay, sure. You can speak.
Sir, actually, I believe this thing because with the passage of time, everything changes, right? The era where our grandparents lived or parents lived, that was absolutely different. The era right now we are living is different in so many aspects. So the way they solve their problems, we cannot solve those problems the way they thought in their times. So with the passage of time, the lifestyle changes, the problem changes, and with the new problems, the way of solving those problems, that also changes. So I believe in this thing because of this reasoning and logic.
Okay, fantastic. Very well said. So I'm sure many of you have heard this term VUCA, right? So volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So we all live in a world which is more volatile than our earlier generations lived in. It is uncertain, more uncertain than the earlier generations. It is more complex because we have more choices, and it is ambiguous as well. So as an outcome of this particular entire, I would say, the transition that has happened over the past few decades, or maybe even last century, today we all are living in an economy which is known as a knowledge-based economy. And we as teachers are a key component of this particular economy. Then we are also talking of an experience economy. right? We are also talking of a globalized economy, and all of this is leading to hyper competition. At the same time, there is a lot of economic interdependence and a lot of collaboration would be required. From a technology perspective, we look at the current ecosystem or the environment. There are path-breaking scientific and technological advances, and I have listed a few over there, although we will not dwell on each one of those. So it is social media, analytics, cloud, big data, so artificial intelligence, augmented reality. We're talking of traveling to space, we are talking of drones, we are talking of driverless cars, so on and so forth, right? We're also talking of the Ola and the Uber and the Zomatos of the world, where there is a gig economy. And typically this entire ICT digital innovation has led to Industry 4.0 and various other new and novel concepts like a cryptocurrency. On a social front, we all believe that each one of us has become more aspirational than as compared to what our earlier generation was. Human capital has become very important. Talent, human capital, human resource has become very important. And that's why this particular endeavor of this Atal FDP, where we are trying to maybe contribute to the national human capital. We all today are in a time poor, data rich society. There is also a lot of talk and emphasis on inclusive growth, inclusive policies, inclusive education, so on and so forth. This webinar or FDP, which is happening virtually at a distance, where we are connecting from all places across the nation, and this is going to be one of the main components of going ahead, how people, individuals, organizations, teams are going to interact. So virtual organizations and communities of practice, all of these are what new challenges are. And then earlier era, we used to focus a lot on intelligence quotient, but today that is not enough. We speak of EQ, right? Emotional quotient, social quotient. Going ahead further, we are talking of adversity quotient, right? So various aspects of what we want to do are today changing, or they have transformed fundamentally. We all are living in a new way. We are doing business in a new way, fundamentally driven by digital technology, sharing. And today you don't know which company, which organization, which country is competing with which industry per se. Then also there is a reverse globalization through trends like Brexit and what Trump did when he was in power, so on and so forth. Globally, we are talking of a power shift. So earlier, it was a bipolar world, then it was a unipolar world. Today, there is a US-China axis, there is Quad, and then because of the entire issue of COVID pandemic, there is a new China plus one policy that is being followed. And all of this is happening through networked economies and hyper competition. So this has implications even from the social and human priorities, the global perspective. You might have read the recent report which speaks of climate change. So environment, climate change, pollution, depleting natural resources, energy. So you have looked at the recent news of Reliance and Microsoft joining hands for an energy endeavor. Then we talk of water, food, sanitation at one end, the basic issues. Obviously, as someone pointed out, health, epidemics, pandemics, and all of this culminating through first order, second order, third order effects into some social issues or social implications. So this truly and well captures the entire VUCA environment that we are living in. Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, right? No one thought that the world would come to a standstill, the entire globe. So uncertainty, right? And then there are so many things that are moving parts in the world. So it is quite complex. So what this points towards is the need for a very different approach, a different mindset, a different toolkit to look at the problems that humanity faces today. And this is nothing but what we talk of as this 21st century learning skills or 21st century skills. And we as teachers, if we have the responsibility to imbibe and inculcate these skills, then we also have to be 21st century ready teachers. And these skills relate to whatever developments that we spoke of in the introductory part of this particular interaction. So we have moved from an industrial mode of production to a more co-creative industry 4.0 collaborative kind of an approach. And that's where we are talking of these 21st century skills. And one of these skills is critical thinking, which is what we are going to focus upon. I'm sure all of you are aware of this term, 21st century skills. And there are various models or there are various approaches to these 21st century skills. And they go along these lines like collaboration, communication, digital literacy, citizenship, and obviously the important ones of problem solving and critical thinking, and the related ones of creativity as well as the productivity. So these 21st century skills are again looked at in various perspectives, and then they try and look at also the ethical and human values that one needs to imbibe, and they talk of creating global citizens out of individuals. So as teachers, as faculty members, as facilitators, we look at creativity and critical thinking as a key component of these 21st century skills. So let me pause and ask you a question. How many of you believe that as teachers, we think critically? We do our bit, we do enough to think critically. And can you quote an example wherein you have used your critical thinking faculties or abilities to make a transformation in yourself or some research or maybe some pedagogy? A couple of quick, I would say, contributions from the participants, especially from those possibly who have not contributed in the initial interaction. So the point, just to repeat, is some illustrative examples where you have used critical thinking. Again, either you can put it in the chat window, post it over there, or you can unmute and speak. Yes, please, open for the audience participants to contribute. None of you?
May I say?
Yes, please. Some examples. I'll just stop my video.
Yes, sir, one of my students was not able to perform well in the class, even when I gave him some extra hours. So I sat with my colleagues and discussed his issue. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Then I discussed this issue with my colleagues, and everyone suggested me something or the other, but I was not happy with those suggestions. Then what I felt that every individual is different. So I tried to find out what type of learner he is, because some people, they learn through printed books, some learn when somebody speaks to them, and some learn through pictures. So what I did, I made a PPT and I didn't say anything to that student and showed the PPT to him without saying anything. And then I was able to develop interest of that student in whatever I wanted to teach that student. And then his absenteeism problem, that also got solved. And then I tried to treat every student individually and differently, and try to get to know what type of learner they are. And then in the beginning, I used to use questionnaire from where I get to know that what different types of learners are there in my class, and then I used to group them, and then I used to provide material accordingly. So this thing I applied and it worked.
This is something which is based on different learning styles. Okay, we also have a feedback.
May I, sir?
Yes, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Sir, actually, for this critical thinking, what I did, because I found that students, that I involved actually the students in the group discussion. And I told them to come up with your suggestions, your ideas. This is the way that how the students started learning in the classroom also, like group projects and discussions. That what I found, that was also the excellent way for to encourage that critical thinking, that skill, to develop the critical skills among the students also. Because when they started to have discussion in the classroom and group discussions, when there was a cooperative learning amongst themselves, they come up with the questions also, they come up with the solutions also. In this way, they started to find out the solutions also. That's why I started to do like group projects and discussions. That this is what I found in the classroom.
Okay, fantastic, great. See, we all are faculty members over here, and one of the issues that is often repeated and emphasized is to create a self-directed learner, someone who is a learner for lifelong. So typically, when we are talking of higher education, one of the important aspects of higher education is to discover the learning in the classroom. And to discover the learning into the classroom, this entire combination of core and contextual skills, and especially these aspects of creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving do come in very handy. So because we are saying that the shelf life of learning is going to increasingly diminish, or those of you who come from science stream, we can say that the half life of knowledge is going to increasingly decay or diminish, which means they have to unlearn, relearn, so many number of cycles in their professional life. That is the lifelong learning aspect. And to that extent, discovery of knowledge should happen in the classroom, wherein the importance or the significance of critical thinking comes in very sharply. One of the participants has also mentioned about observing feedback from the learners. Very true. There also you will have to utilize critical thinking. So when we talk of these 21st century skills, we are talking of various facets of the importance of these 21st century skills. And from an organization or a business or a employability perspective, we speak of competitiveness of organizations, we talk of innovation, and we talk of the, I would say, the business continuity or the ability or the resilience to cope and thrive in a changing society. And if organizations should want or demand these skill sets, then they need to have people, or I would say talent, which also exhibits these kind of skills. As teachers, we also have to look at our own research. So gradually we will move into the research area of applying the critical thinking skills. However, let's quickly look at the national perspective. So we spoke of mankind, we spoke of the global perspective. And then when you look around us and look at the policies of the current government and the various rollouts like the NEP, we are talking of some unique challenges, focal areas, and I would say goals set by the nation or the maybe the leadership of the nation for our society or our economy as such, wherein we talk of maybe leveraging the demographic dividend. We are talking of being a Vishwa Guru, where we want people or students to come and study in India. So we want leadership at the global stage, whether it is the UN or whether it is the vaccination policy or whether it is internationalization of education. And then we want economic growth, and economic growth is linked to all the changes that we spoke of earlier: technological, global, economic, and so on. And then, as always has been the emphasis on social justice, this can be achieved through scientific advancement, wherein again critical thinking would come into picture. And then, as is mentioned in the NEP, this has to be done with national integration and cultural preservation. So when we spoke of the topics for critical thinking and research, I think more or less most of the topics should revolve around these focal areas of the nation. Coming to NEP in the context of this particular FDP per se, and how the NEP is emphasizing research. I'm sure all of you have read the NEP policy document, and it emphasizes, I would say, underlines repetitively the Indian philosophy or the Indian way of thinking or the Indian mindset. And then it talks of how in the Indian philosophy, the highest human goal has always been the focus of education. And then I will not go into the details of this, but then they speak of the pursuit of knowledge. And this is where we are talking of research and the application in terms of the wisdom and the pursuit of truth. So research itself is nothing but an endeavor to look at reality and truth. And we would want to go beyond the acquisition of knowledge. So because in today's world, acquisition or transmission of knowledge per se is not enough, because students are having access to Google and so many digital resources where knowing something by itself doesn't really add any value and doesn't really give anyone an edge. And philosophically speaking, or maybe in terms of self discovery, one of the three themes of this particular FDP, all of this has to be done in terms of the realization and liberation of the self, that is the human aspiration. So, with this backdrop, the NEP is focusing on various facets. I have picked up a few which are more relevant to the research aspect, which is the focal area of our interaction over these 2 hours. So, the NEP focuses on research which is not merely academic research. So, it talks of integration, again, a big theme of the NEP, where it is now speaking of integration between industry, institutes, government, that is policy making, and local community, entrepreneurs, startups, and the entire ecosystem. As far as the research is concerned, the NEP is also speaking of a policy where there has to be a, I would say, a migration of ideas, that is the lab, to the field and to policy. So all the three must integrate with each other. There is no point good research residing merely in journals. It has to go to application, that is the field, be it business, be it say governance, be it the local community, be it NGOs, and it has to also be reflected in the policy. So this is another area where NEP is focusing on in terms of the research. And therefore it emphasizes multidisciplinary education. It talks of clusters and knowledge hubs, and it talks of developing active research communities. So if in this FDP there are say 50 people in the area of say pharmacy, then what they have to do is become an active research community, so that this would be then eventually linked to the critical thinking where diverse perspectives would emerge. There would be questioning and cross questioning, and ultimately the distilled wisdom or truth should come out. Moreover, different disciplines look at different issues in diverse fashions. So good research happens at the cross section of various disciplines. So it is interdisciplinary, it is transdisciplinary, it is cross functional. And the NEP focuses on resource efficiency because research needs a lot of resources. So duplication of such resources should not happen. And one of the important resources these days is data. So even data sharing between researchers and across say research centers or research hubs or excellence centers of excellence, all that is spoken of in the NEP. And this kind of resources are both material and human. So if we can collaborate for a FDP across the length and breadth of the nation, then can research communities come together to do this? In terms of policy, it is emphasizing a lot in terms of research intensive universities. So there is supposed to be a continuum where at one end you have teaching intensive universities, and at the other end you have research intensive universities. And then organizations are expected to possibly move along this particular kind of continuum continuously. And then again, the multidisciplinary education and research universities, the typical model universities, what would be known as Meru, have been emphasized by the NEP. I'm particularly giving this perspective so that one has to understand the environment in which we as academicians are going to function and contribute over the maybe next couple of decades, or maybe for most of us, the rest of our professional life per se. There is a lot of emphasis on incubation, technology development, then frontier areas of research. So someone spoke of blended learning. Good amount of research would be required in terms of new modes of education, assessment, evaluation, beyond the traditional areas of industry or social aspects and so on and so forth. Then what are the various industry academia linkages? So these all aspects. So research not only in technology, but both human and social sciences. We are discussing research more from our own perspective, but the policy speaks of students engaging themselves in research through various student communities. And this innovation should be research led. So research has to be looked at today, not only from our own doctoral research perspective purely, or maybe in a wider sense from a academic and publication based perspective, but we have to also involve students, and we have to also involve other stakeholders in terms of the industry, in terms of the society, in terms of the policymakers, so on and so forth. And therefore, the emphasis on critical thinking in ensuring that we look at research from a wider perspective. I'll not go into other details. There is a talk of establishing a national research foundation, which will handhold, which will organize competitions, so on and so forth. Then there would be merit-based, equitable, peer review research funding. So this all underlines again critical thinking. So if you want to make it through peer-reviewed research funding, where your research quality should be of the highest order, then critical thinking for effective research or quality research therefore would be very, very important. So such kind of things have been spoken of in the NEP, wherein outstanding research would also be acknowledged, and then the research would finally go to the policy framework and to the execution part. Okay, so now we come to the main theme of today's topic, which is effective research. So let me again open up and ask to all of you two questions. The first fundamental question is, what according to you is research? Yes. Some participants, now again, once again, especially those who have not contributed. So what's research according to you? Very quickly. Are you all there?
Yes, sir.
So Preeti, Arya, can you just help me understand what is your perspective of research? Okay, new findings, benefit of society. Okay, so one is new and second is benefit. So there is some stakeholder at the end of the research. Fantastic. Okay, what else is research? Theoretical definitions, working definitions, applied definitions. Any view on what is research to most of you? Is that all? New findings? Smita Prajapati has posted that message. Okay, let me take this ahead and ask you, what is effective research? What kind of research can be classified as effective research? Yes? Is there a way to look at whether research is effective or not? One of the ways is, okay, if you publish in a, say, high impact journal, would that be known as effective research? Impact factor of a journal, or maybe H index of a particular author, right? Would that be one way of looking at effectiveness of academic research? Can there be more ways of looking at effectiveness of research? Let's try and deep dive into this. So we today look at, in the rest of this particular interaction, we look at what is research per se, because the demands of what research is or what is research will guide what is effective research. And as we said a few moments ago, we'll also look at academic as well as applied aspects. So no longer it is enough for us to only discuss doctoral research, but we have to look at, as Smita said, we have to look at research which benefits society. So some wider stakeholder group other than academia per se, or our own self and our guide per se. Okay, so we'll look at critical thinking. What exactly is critical thinking? And then what is the relevance of critical thinking for effective research? So let's try and take up each one of these one by one. Here is Einstein's take on what is reality. So remember, we said earlier that the understanding of the self, jnana, wisdom and truth, all these are aspects of Indian philosophy of teaching, learning and research. So Einstein says that reality is merely an illusion, although a very persistent one. How do you interpret this statement from the, I would say, the truthfulness or the validity of research perspective? Can we all say that all research or the outcomes of all research are always provisional? Provisional in the sense that they stand to be true till they are proved otherwise to be false. Can we say that? Do you all understand what this sentence means? Reality is merely an illusion, albeit a very persistent one, which means that the findings of each and every research are provisional in nature. Someone at some point of time is going to come up with different kind of research, and they are going to challenge the existing body of knowledge or the existing reality as envisaged by us. So in terms of the definitional perspective, we talk of research as a deliberate, that is a conscious and a methodological search. And as someone said earlier, it is for new knowledge. So research is not merely looking for what has been said earlier itself. So one of the earliest, I would say, application of critical thinking in research is to really understand and answer the question, do we need research or additional research in this particular area? So what is the need and relevance for research to in a particular area? That has to be critically looked at. And through this process of methodological search, we try and find answers to certain questions which are formulated in advance. And the objective is to address a problem. And what kind of problem? A problem which has some academic, social, industry, policy relevance. And this entire process goes beyond thoughts, feelings, opinions, and experiences. So I would pose a question to all of you once again. What would happen in the absence of critical thinking in research? What could be the pitfalls of not applying critical thinking in scientific research? Are you all tuned into the session, or you are simply vanished?
Sir, we are very much there, sir. It's a
Right.
really very informative session, and since I am very passionate to do something in this field, but I don't know how to do it, so I'm going to be benefited a lot from this session.
Okay, thank you. Ram Mohan Agarwal says that we would not arrive at a solution effectively if we abandon critical thinking. Okay, very well said. So what is effective solution? Ram Mohan, if you could post or maybe unmute and say.
Hello,
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are. Ram Mohan,
Yes, sir.
please.
Critical thinking will allow us to rethink over a solution, whatever we have derived, and it will help us to give out something which is the best as per our expectations. This is what I think, means rethinking over again and again to get a proper solution.
Okay, rethinking, fine. Okay, any other view? What would happen if we abandon critical thinking as a part of our research endeavor? Remember, we are discussing critical thinking for effective research. We are right now understanding what is research, and then we are going to link that. Research always poses a question, right? And it involves collecting data, and then we want to present an answer. So I'm particularly or purposefully giving multiple perspectives on what is research, so that we understand effective research as well in the right perspective. So we are talking of posing a question and presenting an answer, and this answer has to be relatively stable, and it has to be relatively well received by the community per se, which means that this answer should kind of reflect a consensus amongst the learned people in this particular domain, and this answer should be reliable over at least a period of time, so that certain policies and certain endeavors or projects can be designed based on that answer to the question. A good research or effective research essentially contributes to multiple areas. Do you all sync with me on this? So we generally speak of contribution to knowledge, which is again truth and reliability and so on and so forth. And then we talk of contribution to academia, practice, policy making, national priority areas, and society in general. So good research or effective research should address many of these issues, if not all. Okay, it cannot address only one of them. So multiple objectives or outcomes should be achieved through effective research. So we can pose ourselves a question, what makes a research scholarly? or what exactly are the ingredients of effective research. And that gives us certain pointers. So if you are reading, suppose, a paper written by one of your colleagues, then, or you are the reviewer of some journal, or you are looking at your own PhD work or some research papers, and if you want to arrive at a finding or a conclusion that this research or this piece of work seems to be quite effective, then you are going to ask a set of questions to yourself, like, does it have a sound theoretical framework, and do you have the right kind of hypothesis which makes sense? Is the sample adequate, which means are the procedures right? Okay, are the measurements done correctly? Is the data conclusive, or is it more leap of faith? Okay, so is it evidence driven? Are the conclusions drawn appropriate? Do they flow from the data? Are the limitations of the study acknowledged by the researcher? What limitations does the study have? Then what are the ethical standards? Today we talk of a lot of ethical issues in research. And finally, the outcome of the study, does it pass something like a SWOT test, which means that does it really contribute in some way? Does it give you something to ponder and build upon as you reflect on the findings of this research? So if these are the demands of scholarly or effective research, then we'd look at novelty or new contribution. So every good research or every researcher has to look at achieving multiple outcomes through his study, like creating new knowledge. So how many of us really create new knowledge through our research work? How many of you believe that you have contributed in your own small way in terms of creating new knowledge? Or how many of the research papers that you have come across, do you believe they are original in terms of developing new knowledge? Yes? Any thoughts on this? Can we say that most research, or very few research rather, the other way around, very few research really is original and new knowledge creating research, right? Most of the research is fundamentally of the other types, which is what? You try and extend existing knowledge. So you build on what work others have done, and you try and apply possibly in a new context, in a new environment, in a new situation, and so on and so forth. A better way to contribute, if not doing and creating new knowledge, is to also blend, synthesize different disciplines or strands of research or schools of thought and look at this particular interaction in a new way. And then some research tries to challenge existing knowledge. This is again where critical thinking comes into picture. So you try to test, you try to challenge existing research, and then you try to say, or maybe in your own small way, try to modify the existing body of knowledge. So great critical thinkers or effective critical thinkers would be in a better position to create new knowledge, because they will have this ability of critical thinking and questioning and healthy skepticism. They will apply that in a more effective fashion. So for our own understanding and our own, I would say, to put the keywords of what is effective and scholarly research, we say that such research should exhibit validity and reliability. So it is appropriateness. Validity is the appropriateness of the study for the problem at hand. Reliability and replicability, so these are about consistency. So if I can repeat that study, then do I reach out to similar kind of conclusions, if not exactly the same conclusions? Okay, then is the procedure really, is it consistently applied? Then is there trustworthiness in terms of what the researchers have actually done in terms of the entire research process and the theoretical framework and the rigor? So now this brings us to various approaches to research. I ask the question, how many of us really contribute to new knowledge? And if at all we have done, then possibly most of us in that particular piece of work have used what is known as inductive research, where I go from observations to theory. What most of us try and do is lean upon an existing theory and try and derive conclusions or validate and test that theory. In effect, we are doing a lot of deductive research. We can also look at research from a fundamental, that is academic or pure knowledge perspective, or we can look at it from an applied perspective. So application could be anywhere: industry, policy, society, NGOs, mankind, whatever it is. All these aspects that are right now on the current slide need a critical reflection on the approaches that a researcher is going to take. And we are going to dwell on 4 of those dimensions over there. Likewise, we talk of research as quantitative, qualitative, and mixed method. So do I use a mixed method research? Is a approach or a philosophical question that the researcher has to really find an answer for himself or herself. Likewise, we talk of a cross-sectional study or a longitudinal time series based research. At times, we also look backward in history and we talk of retrospective research. Especially those who come from physical sciences, they would look at field-based research, lab-based research, simulation research. So how do I define my model over there? Again, involves a lot of critical thinking. Okay, and then we also talk of the broad research designs of exploratory, descriptive, and experimental research. Each of these approaches to research would involve critical thinking about each and every decision of the research design that one has to take up. So this brings us to this concept of what is known as research paradigms. How many of you have heard this term, research paradigms? Have you come across this term earlier? What is a paradigm? Anyone could share? What is a paradigm?
It's a principle, sir.
Principle, okay, not really. Can I say pre-COVID and post-COVID, we are living in different worlds? Can we say that there has been a paradigm shift, at least in some aspect, if not all?
Yes, some pattern shift has happened.
Right. Okay, some discontinuous change has happened, right?
Yes.
Or pre-internet and post-internet.
Or can we say it's a pattern or a model that we can design about something?
Okay, fine. Well said. Okay, so from a technology perspective, we can say pre-internet and post-internet. Or from an economics perspective, we can say pre-liberalization and globalization, pre-1991 and post-1991, right? Or from a social perspective, pre-independence and post-independence. So these are all shifting, defining movements, right? And they create what is known as a common belief and agreements between scientists. Now, in the context of research, we are discussing what are the common beliefs and agreements. So how can, say, human behavior be studied? So then there some people would say observation research, some people would say questionnaire based research, right? Some people would believe that it's like human behavior has to be studied from multiple perspectives. So the understanding between the researchers, here the word scientist has been used, researchers, about how problems should be understood and how they should be addressed. These are what are known as research paradigms in the context that we are discussing. So beliefs and agreements. Now, these beliefs and agreements are limiting factors at times because they form the frame of reference or the paradigm. And therefore, again, critical thinking about the right pattern or the right belief. So these paradigms are guiding our research action for an investigation. And they are the ones, someone said principles, they are the first principles, the basic principles that help us to construct meaning out of something. As researchers in whatever domain we are trying to do our own research area, it is all about deriving meaning about observation and the reality of the world around us. Research is nothing but understanding of the reality of the world around us. But how do we perceive reality itself depends on the paradigm. Okay, so that's the connection between what we are discussing over here. And these paradigms then influence fundamentally what should be studied. So if you don't perceive a problem, that problem will never be taken up for investigation. So what should be studied, what could be studied, what can be studied in terms of the ability, okay, and whether the morality, how it should, the methodological part, how it should be studied. Okay, so these all aspects are issues or dimensions of research paradigms. Okay, in the chat box, there is a post by post which speaks about, as a school teacher, how can I motivate my students to pursue research as a career? Few students show interest. Okay, we'll take up this. These are some of the generic questions. We'll take up these towards the end. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank
you. Yeah. So Socrates, one of the philosophers that we are going to touch upon in terms of Socratic way of thinking, he says that to know is to know that you know nothing. Very paradoxical statement, right? To know is to know that you know nothing, which means you start from a position where you want to know more, or where your understanding or our understanding, collective understanding of humanity or mankind about a particular aspect of life is less, is inadequate, or we are more ignorant rather than we are more aware. And then therefore this would lead to discovery of knowledge. That is what Socrates says. So as researchers, we need to understand some aspects of paradigms. I will not go into details of these. I will leave the slides later on with the organizers for you all to refer. But we'll talk of some terms known as, say, ontology, wherein we discuss the philosophical study of the nature of existence of reality, or of something becoming or being in existence. So we talk of an Oriental approach to research, and we talk of a Western approach to research, or we talk of a positivist approach and we talk of a constructivist approach. We talk of an approach where only those things which are perceived, measured, and seen can be researched, whereas there are other areas which now even the Western scientists and philosophers have realized that some things which may not be sensed in terms of the traditional sense of reality also exist and they can be researched, right? So there are various belief systems of the researcher. Generally, the Western thought speaks of the more animate physical sciences where we can measure something and then we can research or investigate that. Then epistemology, the second dimension of the paradigm, speaks about what knowledge is per se. So episteme is knowledge, and the science of knowing what we know, that is the truth or reality. So what exactly is knowledge? What is the nature and forms of knowledge? So when we say that like Newtonian and Einstein physics, so what is the structure of matter? Okay, what is the form of matter? So all of these, are God particle, right? So these are some areas where all these things would actually, they are underlying the approach that the scientists are taking. Then how can knowledge be acquired, communicated to other human beings? And how do you extend, broaden, and deepen mankind's understanding in the field of research? So these are some focal areas of what epistemology speaks of. Now, how do people know? So how have we known something right from our childhood? So maybe as we were children, as we grew up, we possibly at that time we focused more on the knowledge of authorities, right from parents to maybe leaders to books and so on. So authoritative knowledge. Some of the knowledge that we all understood is through intuition, through belief, faith, and so on. Some knowledge is logical, that is based on reason. So, and then some knowledge is through experience, empirical. So when a child goes near a candle which is burning, then the next time he learns that, okay, the experience teaches him something. So this is heat and then it can harm, right? So we are talking of knowledge which is based on reason, although this kind of knowledge also has limitations. So one of the facets of critical thinking is to understand the limitations of the various sources of knowledge per se and not reject other knowledge sources. So extreme emphasis on reason, extreme emphasis on logical knowledge might be short-sighted in the sense that it will really rule out intuitive knowledge, authoritative knowledge, intuitive knowledge person. Okay, how is ontology different from epistemology? Let me go back to both. Ontology talks of the nature of reality. Okay, so what is the reality around the world? So one of the aspects is reality is defined by the observer. Suppose I give that example. Whereas epistemology goes one level below. What is the knowledge? How do we know the reality? That's the linkage. So ontology is reality. Epistemology is the means, or it is the vehicle through which we understand the reality, which is the knowledge. Did I answer that question, Alka?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, great. So we are talking of different sources of knowledge, and through critical knowledge, we are defining or we are emphasizing this aspect of logical reasoning. Okay. And then the two other aspects beyond ontology and epistemology are the methodology, which we all are very well aware of in terms of the design and the statistical methods, so on and so forth. I will not really deep dive into this because most of us are very well conversant. And the last element in this entire ladder is axiology, which is now becoming more and more important. Ethical issues in research. It is said that this entire COVID virus actually was a disaster or an accident which happened at some lab in Wuhan in China. So was it ethical to do some research on bats if this is true, right? So assuming that it is true just for the sake of our academic discussion, then what are the ethical issues in research? What aspect should be taken up for research? What are the various decisions that we take in research process, and then what are the ethical issues in looking up those? So like suppose I'm collecting data that through observation research, and I do not let the other person know that he or she is subject to observation, then this is an ethical issue. Or when I collect data from participants, then who has the authority or the ownership of the data? Again, an ethical issue. What kind of human values should our research project? So if I do a research on ecology or environment and just try and use that research to stonewall each and every development activity of the government, then the ethical aspect of my research has a hidden agenda. So this is axiology. So we talked of ontology, epistemology, methodology, and axiology. Critical thinking is an element in all of this. So we looked at axiology, the 4 dimensions. Again, without going into much details, we talk of the 4 dimensions of this axiology, which is about teleology, which means that intrinsically every human act should contribute to the good of the society or what is desirable for the society. So each one of us have a moral obligation. Okay. Then dentology, which says that what would be the consequence. It is like research karma. Okay, so what is every action that will be undertaking during the research will have its own consequence. So if I decide that I am going to use animals for my research, then in what ethical, does it have some ethical, I would say, dimensions? Okay, if I'm going to use all of my research in social sciences using students, then what is the consequence? So we take up several decisions or actions in our research, then what are the consequences of such research? Then we talk of intrinsic moral values will be upheld. So we talk of, say, honesty in data collection or fieldwork, not fudging the data, or not maybe altering the outcomes of our study. So morality, okay, not tweaking the findings. And then ensure that the rights of all participants are upheld. So that's the fairness. So we talk of these 4 dimensions of research in terms of the paradigms. This brings us to another quote, and that is where our critical thinking ability starts in terms of the research, which says, this quote by Einstein says that it is the theory that decides what can be observed. It is like saying that in a substantial sense, the framing of the question dictates what answer you get. I hope all of you agree with this. Right? Does it make sense to you? If you frame the question in a different way, are you bound to go in a different direction in your research, which might lead to an altogether different answer?
Yes, sir.
Right? And the questions that you frame, the questions that you select in your research study would be based on the theory that you look at. So here by theory, I mean the conceptual frameworks. Okay. So that's the way I'm using this word theory over here. Every researcher, I had asked earlier during our interaction a question which said, what would happen if you actually do not think critically? And one of the simplest answers to this is, if one stops thinking critically during the process of research, there would be a lot of biases and value orientations that will creep into your study. What is a bias? What's a bias according to you, especially in the context of research? All of you are researchers over here in some sense, maybe for a research paper, for an MPhil degree or a doctoral degree. Okay, bias is different views.
Prejudice, sir, for against or
right. Okay, so bias, Dr. Dinesh Patil, I would slightly tweak your response. Bias is not different views. In fact, having different views would eliminate the bias or will restrict or reduce the bias. Bias, as someone mentioned right now, is more of a prejudice, is more of a inclination to look at a particular observation or a particular investigation only in one way, ignoring all possible ways. So that's a prejudice, right? Also understanding biases. And what are value orientations? What do you mean by value in research? Value orientations. Yes. Bias is having leaning towards a particular point. Yeah, absolutely right. So K. Shashikala says that bias is about a leaning, I would say tilt. Okay. And then extreme biases can be very, very problematic. Okay. So we say that, okay, allopathy is better than, say, homeopathy. It could be a bias. We don't know, as long as we are not really scientifically knowledgeable in that area. Making such a blanket statement could be a bias, right? Value orientation. Someone speaks of, say, being vegetarian is a value orientation, right? But then from a research perspective, what could be a value orientation? So only those things which can be observed, okay, those could be research. The positivist approach is a value orientation. Or I value qualitative research over quantitative research, could be a value orientation. Okay, and it could be linked to a bias as well. So all said and done, in spite of the best critical thinking, and it has been
sir,
proved,
can we say value usefulness of something?
No, that is, no, value here doesn't mean worth. We are saying value orientation, which means that as say patriotism is a value, truthfulness is a value,
Okay.
morality is a value, right? Objectiveness in research is a value. Are you getting me?
Yes.
Value in that sense. Okay.
Okay.
So research, best of the research will always have some bias and some value orientation. And the job of the researcher or the research community or the whoever are involved over there in the project is to try and eliminate, restrict, and try and reduce those. But then every research will have something which is in a particular direction in terms of the value and so on. And critical thinking, actually, even if it cannot eliminate these biases and value orientations, what it could possibly help is to recognize and address these biases. Okay, so the idea that I am aware of my value orientation makes me more, I would say, alert to the fact that I try and look at the problem in multiple perspectives, so that a bias or a particular tilt in my thinking doesn't really creep into my research. All research is nothing but reasoning, right? All research in whatever domain you are doing, be it pharmacy, be it management, be it economics, be it engineering, whatever domain, philosophy, okay, psychology, all research is essentially reasoning. So we reason by asking a set of questions. We keep on probing, and therefore the logical thinking is what is expected of a researcher. So we are expected to think in a rational manner as a researcher. Such thinking should then essentially help us to draw certain conclusions which are valid. Remember, we talked of characteristics of scholarly research. So reliability, validity, consistency, appropriateness, all of those, right? So if reasoning or sound logic is presented, argumentation structure is presented, then essentially that would be an indicator, that would be some evidence of our thinking in a rational manner, which should then help us to draw some valid conclusions. So valid conclusions here would mean conclusions that would stand the test of argumentation in the opposites to the contrary. Okay, so that would be valid. It would be, these conclusions will hold true in different circumstances and against different argumentations. If such valid conclusions emerge in a particular area or body of knowledge, then they can get constructed into thoughts, and then finally certain propositions. So reasoning is fundamental to all good research. And if reasoning is fundamental to all good research, then that brings us to the need for, or the importance of, critical thinking in research. Does this make sense to all of you? We take a pause for a minute and we take up certain questions or doubts at this stage, because we're now going to deep dive into what is critical thinking, why is it required, then what are the various ways we look at critical thinking. Different authors or philosophers have looked at critical thinking in different ways, or they have given different essential dimensions or components of critical thinking. So let me open up for a couple of minutes for queries, questions, comments, contributions. So it need not be a query. You can just share your opinion as well, because everyone over here is a learned individual. So you can give your perspective on what we have discussed so far till now. Very quickly, please. Next 2 minutes for all of you. And if you are speaking, maybe you can also turn your video on and speak, so everyone knows and tries and understands who is there. So very quickly, any thoughts, any reflections, any inputs on whatever we have discussed? Can someone summarize? That would be a good way to trigger the discussion. Can someone summarize in 5 to 7 bullet points the discussion for the past 1 hour or so? Yes? None of you? No volunteers? Okay, can you post it in the chat window, the key points of the discussion? I'll start. I will make the first point. We started by saying that we all are living in a very different environment as compared to what the earlier generations lived in. Was that the first point of discussion? Okay. Shall I pick up someone for the contribution? Would that help? Kshitija Patil, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so can you add to the discussion?
Yes, sir. We think the bias should be eliminated in research by applying critical thinking. Most probably, it is very important, as you have said, the key value of our research or in academic also. While dealing with people, students also, it is very important to eliminate the bias.
Okay, fine. Anyone else? Just to add, so that we all are sure that we all are tuning into the session. Please mute yourself. Someone has a background noise. Okay, let's go ahead. I feel let's go on the discussion. So thinking has been said to be a dialogue of the soul with itself, which means that we keep on reflecting on our own thoughts, on our own beliefs, on our own constructs that we have in our mind, and that is where the thinking will come into picture. So what is good thinking? Critical thinking has to lead to good thinking. Okay, so in terms of research, what kind of thinking is desirable or really expected? So thinking which has clarity, thinking which has rigor, and thinking which has some novel aspect, thinking which would be relevant to the problem at hand. Many a times you see researchers who really look at questions which are not linked to their broad research area. So relevance. So critically, one has to look at, does this question relate to my research area? Then is this thinking really taking me closer to the truth? So understand that truth at times could be subjective or it could be provisional, as we said earlier. So is this thinking taking me closer to the truth? Have I kind of segregated, have I separated all that is possibly elusive, transient, and highly implicit in my thinking, so that I am focusing on the core aspects of thinking? Okay, and then all of this is nothing but a skill. So critical thinking, as we said earlier, is a part of the 21st century skill that we are trying to inculcate in ourselves as well as our students. It is one of the fundamental human capabilities. So it's a cognitive capability of the human being, more so a higher order capacity. So critical thinking and problem solving, because we keep on being confronted with newer and newer problems as individuals or as organizations. Therefore, critical thinking becomes all the more important in the current environment. And then it also collectively would enhance our other human capacities of social, ethical, and emotional beings as such, or dispositions. So why critical thinking? First of all, to question the broad traditions or orthodoxies which may not have any root in reasoning. So critical thinking tries to question something which is not really founded in logic. Okay, it would help. Such critical thinking for you as researchers is going to help you in engage the discovery and thinking abilities, which means that it kind of takes you away from ready-made solutions approach. So something which we as academicians or our academic system had earlier on focused a lot on ready-made solutions. So today, in a volatile world, in a VUCA world, in a world where different problems are being posed every day, then we're talking of ready-made solutions not really being applicable to the extent that they would have been in a more stable world. So that's why critical thinking would be required or is required. As individuals, as researchers, we want to always improvise. We want to adapt what has been known till now. We want to do something new and be creative as well. So critical thinking is expected or should ideally or will ideally contribute to all these outcomes as well. As we said earlier, simply retaining information is not good enough. Rather, information by itself is not really of much value. What do you do with that information and how do you kind of leverage it is far more important. And with the complexity that is surrounding us, more in terms of the information also, one of the other 21st century skills is digital literacy, which also talks of separating the noise from the signal. So information has both noise, that is the unwanted information, and it also has a signal, which is the more desirable or more useful or more valuable information. So one of the aspects of the 21st century skills is also separating this noise and signal, which would again need a lot of critical thinking abilities. So understand that we all today are overburdened with a lot of information, which means every additional piece of information has to be evaluated. Does it really fit into my original understanding of the phenomenon? If yes, how does it add to my understanding? If not, if it is contradictory, then does it give me enough evidence to alter my understanding or alter my perception of reality? So this is what the role of information is, or data is, in developing our understanding of the reality. And since today we are living in a world of more and more information or information overload, then therefore we talk of this noise and signal. So critical thinking would help us to maximize the noise part of this and minimize maximize signal and minimize noise in any information. Critical thinking is essential for us as researchers so that we can take a broad inquiry into the issues that are relevant to life. Remember, posing the right questions is fundamental to our journey in research. If we don't understand the issues involved, then we are not going to frame or formulate the right questions. So both in academia as well as broader life, the inquiry that we embark upon has to be relevant and it has to be the right focal area. So understanding the phenomenon by asking a series of questions, a why kind of an analysis through critical thinking, is going to help us frame or formulate the right questions. Likewise, how do certain human actions affect us in the immediate and long term? So it is said that there are more implications of second and third order effects of certain human actions. By this, what I mean is there are certain immediate and more explicit effects of human decisions. At the same time, there are unforeseen, latent, second and third order effects which are coming up. So critical thinking is going to help us understand. Suppose I talk of something known as, say, demonetization. Without going into the politics of whether it was right or wrong and so on and so forth, there were certain effects of demonetization which were more at the explicit level, and there were certain effects which were then the ripple effects, the second and third order. So that is where critical thinking again comes into picture in terms of understanding the implications of such decisions or actions. Then, from a broader human perspective, how do we live and work on a planet whose resources are finite? Again, this would involve a lot of critical thinking, fundamentally in the development model also. So should we subscribe to a Western model of development, or should we pull back ourselves and look at life from a different perspective? These days, you might have heard of something known as work-life balance, or you might have also heard of something known as happiness quotient. So critical thinking about what is standard of living or what is goal of life would help us to define what exactly is our happiness quotient and what is it that we should pursue more at a personal level, right? So critical thinking has implications for what we said for humanity or mankind as a whole. It could have implications even for our individual lives also. So this is therefore important in social as well as interpersonal context, because we do not take anything at face value. We kind of challenge in a healthy way, in a constructive way. Okay, not argument for the sake of argument, but more from a perspective of being more enlightened. This should generally lead to sound decision making and problem solving. So if we are not critical thinkers, we go back to our sources of knowledge. One is authoritative knowledge, second is experimental knowledge, third is intuitive knowledge, and fourth is logical knowledge. So if we are not critical thinkers, then possibly We will rely more on these, where I say authoritative knowledge, knowledge by experience, knowledge by intuition. Now, none of these could be really, I would say, sound enough to guide actions in the current environment. So authoritative knowledge becomes more valid, more reliable when the environment is more stable, or authorities themselves could have biases. So that is ruled out. Experimental knowledge may not be always available, and intuition may not always be sound. So therefore, the logical thinking and decision making linkages over here. So this would help us in making better judgments, reduce the cognitive bias, and also heuristic thinking. What is heuristics? Yes, anyone? What is heuristics? Do we use heuristics in daily life? You can Google if you are online. If you are not aware, one of you can Google and tell me what is heuristic. Heuristic thinking, thinking based on thumb rules. Can you give an example of thinking based on thumb rules? Shortcuts to decision making is heuristics. Have you ever taken a decision based on thumb rules in life? Daily life, some critical decisions, personal life, professional life? Someone says yes. Okay. So what kind of decisions have you taken? Do you believe your students would be more employable and more active parts they can play if they can exhibit critical thinking? Yes, Sarada, can you share some example? Yes, you can unmute and say Neelam, Sarda, Dr. Champak, any one of you. You can unmute and share your experience with the class.
Yes, sir. Like this heuristic thinking. This is actually, according to me, what I understood at this time, that sometimes what we are giving, that we are giving some of the questions or that some of the work for the students to discover and to come up with the answers. And then that I'm going to stand at a side, and then students will come with the answers. They will start solving the problems. They will also doing their own research. According to me, what I understood actually here.
Okay. Yeah, anyone else? Heuristics are mental models where we take shortcuts to decision making. In simple words. So because we want to reduce, as human beings, we want to reduce complexity and we want to lean upon our earlier experiences. So suppose you are a HR manager and you are interviewing people. And suppose you have, say, on a particular day, you are having students coming from a particular XYZ college or institute or university. And it has so happened that for the past 5 years, you had a few students getting recruited from this university, and all of them have performed well. So would you automatically come to believe and take a shortcut based on your learning without evaluating this particular student rigorously, that this student who is also coming from the same university is more likely to be maybe more sound, high performer than without assessing him really? Is it possible? Do we human beings think on those lines? Shortcuts, thumb rules? So critical thinking would avoid such thumb rule. It would demand proof of the decision before you arrive at certain decision. Why is it important? Because the nature of work that we all are engaged in is becoming really, it is changing every as days pass by. Okay, the breadth of knowledge is important, and we need to start acquiring knowledge of other disciplines also. So every problem, every issue, every challenge is today multifunctional in nature. And then critical thinking is going to help us assimilate a lot of these knowledge at a comparatively faster rate, because we get into that mental model of understanding the issues over here. Okay, so let me now take you to the research process, and I want now each one of you to maybe tell me an application or an example of critical thinking. I think on the slide we have some 7 points. Okay, so if you could unmute and tell me critical thinking in problem identification and defining the associated assumptions. So I'm sure all of you do undertake research, right? So reflect on your own research and tell me an example where you believe critical thinking is useful or was useful in identifying a problem and its associated assumptions. Yes, please. Critical thinking across the research process. That's what we are discussing. So let me share an example of one of my students and the PhD student, wherein the student was looking at something known as, say, social media posts. All of you are aware of social media, Twitter and Facebook and all that kind of stuff. And the student was investigating social media posts in the hospitality industry. And one of the assumptions here being that every student or every customer is going to post something about his or her experience in the when he or she looks into renting out some hotel room and so on and so forth. But then through some dipstick research, it was realized that generally people do not post. Only a particular section of this population or the age group posts. So it was useful to understand and validate this assumption in terms of framing the scope of the research. Do you believe critical thinking would help in identifying a problem itself in terms of looking at what needs to be investigated? Yes. Namrata Bobde, could you contribute to the discussion? Or I have Manik More or Prashant over here, Prashant Ajmire. Would you like to say something on critical thinking and problem identification? Clarifying and focusing the problem. How does critical thinking help in clarifying and focusing the problem? Because we keep on asking, is this what I mean? What are the implications of this problem for my research design, for my data collection process, for my analyzing process? So each of these steps in your research is going to be influenced by your critical thinking abilities. Are my inferences really flowing from the data, and the conclusions that I'm drawing, are they really based on the data? That also is a aspect of critical thinking. Then your own research, the validity and the reliability of the assumptions, the sources of data are going to be questioned. If you are using critical thinking, only then you can keep on questioning and kind of refining all these issues. One of the outcomes of good research is generalizability. That is, what is true of our own sample, we would want to say that it is true of the wider population, or we want to say the same thing with some fair degree of confidence about the larger context. So if our research process in terms of the methodology and the paradigms is follows a critical thinking approach, then it would be more robust to generalize the outcomes. As a researcher, our task should always be not only to find and quote or build upon whatever comes our way only in terms of support to our viewpoint, but it is also useful, or it is also essential that we identify a lot of counter examples that would invalidate our theory. So this is one area where most researchers actually fall short. What generally we do in our research is we try and, that is where a bias comes in again. So we try and look at issues or literature or views or perspectives which support our theory. But that is not good enough. Rather, in terms of falsification, I am sure all of you have heard this term, falsification. Anyone would like to explain what is falsification? What is falsification? Suppose you want to conclude that all dogs in the world are only of white color. I'm giving it. All dogs in the world are of white color. What would be the approach, research methodology to do this? Yes, Jyoti Tilekar, suppose you are getting this task that you have to prove that, or it is your belief that all dogs in the world are only of white color. How would you establish this proposition?
Sir, I think it is wrong.
How do you say it is wrong? On what basis?
Sir, as I think without having field work research, how can somebody says that all dogs in the world are of white color? So if
That's
somebody
only
is
a thought. That's only a thought, right?
Mhm.
Proposition. Now you want to test this proposition. So how would you go about establishing that all dogs in the world are of white color?
Even if I find one dog which is black, another color,
Right.
I have falsified it.
Absolutely true. So whatever Harini said right now, most research, rather all research, is all about falsification. What is falsification? I need not count and look at the color of all dogs in the world. That is humanly impossible. What I have to do is I have to find only one dog which is black, red, or any color other than the color white. Do you all understand this example? Right? So what have I done? I have falsified my theory. Right? I have falsified my proposition. So as researchers, we should always be very, very aware, or we should always be on the search, on the lookout for what can invalidate my theory. How many of you believe you do this? Or how many of you actually exactly do the opposite? You only search for all those which validate or support your line of thought. How many of us do this? You can post in the chat window. How many of you look at this approach? Let me say this is my approach A and this is approach B. How many of you can you unmute someone? Arvind Likar, if you could unmute. Can the
Arvind,
host,
madam, I request you please mute your mic. Arvind, madam.
yeah, thank you. How many of you look at approach A and approach B? Very quickly, post in the chat window. Let's have a quick poll and sense of the class. Approach A is to look for examples which will invalidate, and approach B is to look for examples which are always supportive of your theory. So two post, both of approach B. Rest of the class B, okay? Both A and B, we will come to that. Harini, okay. Yes. Come on quickly, 30 seconds for all of you. B. I have 63 participants, 2 of my own devices, so 61. So very quickly. Both A and B, both A and B, B. Okay. Others? I hope everyone is there. We don't have ghost participants. A and B, okay. Quickly, B, A and B, A and B, okay. B. Okay, fine. So by the time everyone posts, Abhijit, Shri Rao, tell me why both A and B? Abhijit, why both A and B? Dhanraj, can you tell me why both A and B? Harini, you also posted both A and B. Why both A and B? Come on, anyone? You see, without discussion, otherwise then it becomes a monologue.
Sorry, I was just, I would have said that if my statement is correct, then I validate it. And I also look at it from the other angle. So both angles I have to look at. So whether it is validated or invalidated will be shown by the proofs. So I cannot say I will only validate it or I will only invalidate it.
Okay, so you look for literature support or whatever empirical support which could invalidate your statement also. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Now I would just take a random sample for B only. Okay, so maybe Dr. Ankita, you could tell me why B? Dr. Ankita? Yeah.
Sir, I feel that whenever I do a research, I always use the documents which was earlier. I refer the research and I look for the documents which have authentication, means valid authentication. That's why I use this validate support option
No.
B.
Please, let me clarify. All documents or literature or paper or data, whatever we are going to use should be valid. I'm not talking of that. What we are discussing here is, do I go into certain literature or do I look at examples or argumentation which kind of can challenge my own research model? Okay, that is what I mean by invalidate my approach. Okay, all the research will be genuine and authentic only. But then there could be research which kind of only supports my line of thought or argumentation, and I could exclude all other research which possibly is equally strong, equally rigorous, equally applicable to the domain, but it is running contrary to my thought of research. Okay, or my thought of argument, my line of argumentation. So generally what I have seen is most researchers only focus on this aspect of their research and they ignore, maybe knowingly or unknowingly or purposefully, all kind of research which can invalidate their arguments. In fact, as we discussed in this example of the dog or falsification, we should always look very keenly for any arguments which can easily invalidate your model. Okay, so one should not be wedded always to your line of thought or line of argumentation or position, because anything that can invalidate itself is therefore then addition to knowledge. Remember, what we do in research generally is to try and eliminate that which is not. Now, this looks slightly philosophical, but then again go back to ontology, epistemology, etc. So what we are saying is, what is it not? Okay, so elimination, we establish for sure that all dogs are not white. We have not made any statement about what are the various colors of dog in the world. But I have made a conclusion that all dogs are not of the same color. So we are eliminating in research, okay, and that would need a lot of critical thinking. Likewise, we do a lot of classification in research. Like suppose I say one of my students is doing a research on service failure. So what is actually a failure in service? And that context is say online buying. So I place an order on Zomato or Amazon or Flipkart or whatever, and I expect certain products and certain level of service. So how do I define a failure in service, and how do I classify an incident of service as failure or success? So classification scheme or evolving a classification scheme itself is also research. So that would involve again critical thinking or defining something rigorously. So does it take into context all possible situations, or I would say the possibilities? So that also would involve critical thinking. Then we generally try and put into picture in any good research what are known as explanatory relationships. Can someone throw some light on what is explanation? Causal relationships. Have you heard this word, causal relationships? Cause and effect? Or I say y is a function of x. Do you believe that this is cause and effect? In your domain, can you help me describe a cause and effect relationship? So I guess someone is from pharmacy. So if you give a particular dose of Covishield or Covaxin, etc., then certain antibodies get developed. Do you believe it is cause effect? Is this an example of cause and effect?
Yes.
Right?
So I study a lot, so I get better marks.
Right.
That is
And
cause and effect.
then what could invalidate such relationship? So if
when
you
I see proofs that if the number of hours increased in my studying and I'm getting lesser marks, then I would say that it is invalidated. Or if there is no relationship between the number of hours I'm studying and my marks, then I would say so there is no statistical relationship in that. Then I would say that there is no causal relationship.
Okay, so you study X number of hours and you get Y number of marks. You study X plus number of hours and you get Y plus marks, right?
Yes.
Okay, but I don't study yet, I get Y plus marks. Then what happens?
That doesn't actually invalidate unless or you should say X minus and Y plus. Then also it would be a causal analysis that I'm decreasing the number of hours I study and increasing the number of marks.
Okay, or can I say that there is something else other than the number of hours of study that is impacting the marks?
Then you have to parameterize. There should be many other parameters.
The point is implicitly in this argument, we are assuming that the number of hours and marks are related. Do you all agree?
Yes.
But then in a sense, our assumptions preclude, or they are trying to deny, or they are not trying to acknowledge other assumptions that maybe I have access to the question paper, or maybe I am fundamentally more intelligent than the other person, or maybe the assessor who assessed my paper was far more lenient as compared to the assessor who looked at this particular student, right? So there could be multiple explanations of a phenomenon, and critical thinking is going to help us understand these differences and the explanatory relationships between the variables that we are studying in our model. So generally, if we do not indulge in critical thinking, then we will take everything at face value. Am I making sense to you? Does this make sense to you all? So sound inferences will be drawn only when you indulge in critical thinking. Okay. So how can you do that? You can use analogies, you can ask pertinent or fruitful questions, so on and so forth. Okay. So I will just skip, since we are running short of time. I will just go to what exactly are the components of critical thinking. Okay. So critical thinking involves, say, some at the elementary level clarifications. So ask and answer questions. So is this what I mean by this? Is this what exactly the way I define it communicates. Okay, so keep on asking questions to refine your understanding. Then assessment of what? Assess the suitability of a particular source, or a particular credibility of a particular source, or applicability of a particular data for a given problem at hand. So you involve a lot of assessment or judgment. Okay, then there is a justification. So critical thinking involves justification. So as someone said that I use a group discussion or some pedagogy, earlier part of the discussion we had that. So justification to invoke arguments for claims which are based on certain aspects. So you claim a certain relationship between variables. Okay, so then you try and build arguments for or against that relationship. Key component, another key component of critical thinking is to try and link the facts, ideas, notions. So you try and link things to emerge, to arrive at a larger picture. And this would then lead to new ideas for discussion. So this is one way of looking at what are the key components of critical thinking. Let's look at some other ways of looking at what critical thinking entails. So then there is this model which talks of 10 discrete skills of critical thinking. It begins by asking the question, which are the verifiable facts and which are value claims? So what is a verifiable fact? So when I say that right now there are 64 participants in this online discussion is a verifiable fact. And suppose I say that online learning is inferior to traditional learning, unless I do enough research, I think it becomes more a value claim. It reflects my bias, my prejudice, my knowledge, or my misconception. So unless supported by data, it becomes a value claim. Okay. So our shorter people are more intelligent. Now you should need to back up with data, and you need to bound it with the boundary conditions. In what area are shorter people, say, more intelligent, right? Then you determine the reliability of a source. That's the next step or next dimension of critical thinking. Then can I segregate irrelevant information, claims, or logical reasons? Can I detect bias? Okay, so that's detecting bias. We discussed this some time earlier. Then do I look at unstated assumptions? Many times there are implicit ways of looking at things that need to be dig deeper by asking questions more and more. So that's the unstated assumption. Okay, so unstated assumption is, say, anyone who is convent educated should be fluent in English. That could be an unstated assumption in doing, say, recruitment in a particular organization. But that may or may not be true. Okay, so you need to dig deeper to find out an unstated assumption. Then there could be ambiguous or unequivocal claims, okay, or arguments which are not really very sharp. So you need to look at ambiguous arguments, especially when you are reading a research paper as a part of your literature review, or maybe when you are writing your own research thesis towards the later half of the thesis, finding suggestions, conclusions, and so on and so forth. Then are there fallacies? Are there inconsistencies in the argumentation? Okay. Then are there claims which are not really supported by data, and what's the strength of an argument? So is this a rigorous argument? Then I will skip again a few. We'll open up for questions. Okay, just a minute. Okay, now I will just run through a few slides before we take up for questions. So one is critical thinking involves a lot of judgment. Okay, judgment about several aspects of what we discussed earlier: credibility, validity, reliability, and so on. So judgment about validity of something, validity of data, validity of a narrative, validity of the interpretation. Then judgment about truthfulness. So in terms of accuracy or the ideas presented, okay, the morality of it. Then critical thinking also talks of judgment about originality of something. Is it an original thought or is it borrowed thought? Okay. Then critical thinking has emphatic engagement. So We have to be sensitive to the circumstances or the context of the research project, the environment, or maybe even the publication. So that is the critical thinking as emphatic judgment, empathy. Okay. Then critical thinking as self-reflexivity, which means questioning our own self, looking at inwardly in terms of our own biases, prejudice. Originality we looked at earlier. Then critical thinking is also looked at as skepticism, skeptical thinking that keeps on questioning everything that comes in. At times, this taken to an extreme way, it could be judging everything in a negative way. Okay, so one should not overdo critical thinking simply for the sake of questioning everything. So one has to really have only a healthy skepticism of whatever data, research, papers, arguments, models come our way. Another important term in terms of the critical thinking is what is known as Socratic thinking. So the method here says that keep on questioning the other person and then keep on looking at the arguments as in, and classify them, or maybe check whether they are adequate reasons or inadequate reasons to accept the argument. And if there are inadequate reasons, then they become dogma. Okay, and then finally you eliminate all this and then you try and uncover the truth. So that is what is the Socratic thinking part of it. Being self-critical, we discussed this. Okay, towards the end, I will just link two aspects. Linking critical or whatever is critical thinking should not be diverse from creative thinking. So many a times we have a notion that creative thinking is only there in arts and critical thinking is always there only in sciences. That's not so. You have to think critically in arts also, and there could be a lot of creative thinking in science also in terms of framing the problem, approaching the problem, looking at the sample. So both these things go and in some sense or the other. So I think we are towards the end of this session. I would now open it up for the question answers from everyone. Just take the title slide. Madam, over to you for question answers. Either we can moderate it or we can have it straight away in the chat box.
Dear participants, if you have any question, any query, you may can ask to sir.
Sir, good afternoon. I think I have already posted a question in the group that as
Yeah,
a
what
school
was that,
teacher,
madam?
how I can generate interest among students for this
Yeah,
research
I
field.
will just, How can I motivate my students to pursue research as a career? That's the question, right? Okay, madam, now what level and what subject do you teach, madam?
Sir, I'm from BDM International School. I teach English as a subject and I take class 11 and 12 English classes, sir.
Okay. So we have to look at research from a wider perspective, first of all. All research need not be looked at as MPhil PhD research. That is my point number one. Okay. Point number two, research is applicable across a range of outcomes. As I said, defining a concept itself could be research, classifying things could be research, evolving a taxonomy could be research, linking various ideas could be research, challenging preconceived notions could be research, right? So one doesn't have to look at writing a thesis as the research. That's the second perspective that we as teachers have to modify. Point number three, at 11th or 12th standard, a student may not understand research from a career perspective. But what he or she can, what is our job is to create interesting, engaging pedagogy and assessment and evaluation, which would then at some point of time help the student to appreciate the role of research in common life as well as career. Since you teach English, suppose I take a very weird example or simple example, which I am just thinking on the spot. And because of this generation is glued to social media, so on and so forth.
Yes.
Suppose you tell the students that, look, there's such and such event has happened. Say, Olympic gold medals won by Indians. Okay. And then there are various kind of news items. which are coming in the digital mediums. There are people who are saying something. Some of them are politicians, some of them are sports persons, some of them are our own friends, and so on. So can we classify all these posts into negative post, positive post? Can we classify these posts about historical context, present day context? Can you classify them in terms of the sport itself? So some posts are about, say, badminton, some are about, say, some other sports. So what I'm trying to say is the entire gamut of research activity the student should be exposed to. Or then suppose I say, can you look at, so for the student of 11th standard, right? So when they study some literature, can there be like classifying based on, say, styles of writing? So especially because you are talking of 11th 12th standard, our job is to introduce research in a way without labeling that as research. Eventually the student will realize that yes, this is what is in an elementary way. Okay, I'm not saying in a very advanced way. This is not about patents or IP or writing thesis or something of that sort, or research grants, but the germ for research can therefore be introduced through creative pedagogy, especially through outside the classroom teaching learning methods, field-based methods, right? So all of these are useful in kindling that spirit. Second issue is to which each one of us have to always kind of imbibe in our students is the spirit of discovery and scientific questioning. So if we can ingrain in our students the quality of not taking anything at face value, which means this goes back to that my slide of 4 sources of knowledge. Authority, so teachers and parents are authority, right? So do we encourage our students to question authority? Second, faith. How much of the class discussion is really uh, focused on at times or wherever required in questioning faith? Don't misunderstand faith with religion. Okay, I'm saying leap of faith, anything which is not backed by data. That is what I mean by faith. Okay. Third is experimentation or empirical research, which to some extent is useful because you are experiencing it, right? So all these, the classroom dynamic should help us to inculcate this interest in the mind of the student for research. I hope that helps.
Yes, sir. It's very helpful input. And just, sir, in 2 lines, one sharing. In English literature prescribed by CBSE, there is a lot of scope for research at elementary level done by students. Say we have chapters like Landscape of the Soul, where there is a Chinese art versus European art, the comparison and contrast. So as you were suggesting, sir, in my lesson plan also I can give scope for students to explore that at an extensive level, so that the critical thinking abilities, as is specified in today's session, can be at least encouraged among them. Thank you so much, sir.
Very true, very true. If we follow the Bloom's taxonomy in a religious way, I think a lot of critical thinking abilities do get cultivated. Yeah, any other questions? I see some messages over here. Okay. Yeah. Any more questions from the participants? Madam, I think we are towards the end. There seem to be no more questions or queries. If that's the case,
Yes.
maybe we can conclude.
Yes, sir. Anyone want to ask anything to sir? Any questions? I think sir has given such a wonderful knowledge to us on the topic, and a very detailed, in starting from the very basic till the criticize and the thinking, critical thinking. So I think it was a very wonderful session, very informative. And as we all are here, like a teacher, in short, I can say that we are from the profession of a teacher. So we always need and require to do a research. And for research, the concept which sir has explained us today is very important. to keep in our mind to make our research paper more effective. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your valuable time, for sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you so much. I would like to thank my participants, those who are there for the session and attended the session, also having interaction with sir. So thank you everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So participants will meet at 1 o'clock sharp. Till that time, have your lunch. Take care. Bye bye.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Uh, we'll wait for just 5 minutes more so that the other participants should join the meeting, and then I will give introduction about today's resource person, who is Dr. Varsha madam, and then Varsha madam will start her session. So we'll wait just for 5 minutes and then we'll start.
Namaste, ma'am.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. I, Dr. Ojha, welcome Dr. Varsha Deshmukh Madam. Madam, welcome. Welcome to the 1 week faculty development program organized by HRDC Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, sponsored by AICTE Atal Academy. Dear participants, before starting up with the session, I would like to give introduction about Madam. Dr. Varsha Deshmukh Madam is a principal in Law College in Dr. Punjab Rao Deshmukh, Amravati. Madam has done her education and masters in arts, and Madam has also has a degree of LLM and awarded by PhD in human rights law solicitor in UK. Madam is also working as coordinator in research center at Punjab Rao Deshmukh College of Law, Amravati. Madam worked as an ex-officiating principal in Vinayak Vidhi Mahavidyalaya. She is a visiting faculty at Academic Staff College of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University. Madam is a coordinator of human right development in YCMOU, that is Yashwantrao Chauhan Mukta Vidyapith at Amravati Center. Madam has done her major research project in law, awarded and sponsored by UGC Delhi. Madam has attended and presented research papers at many international and national and state level conferences. So if I count, it is more than 60 to 70 conferences, seminars and workshops altogether. Madam is also a resource person, guest speaker in All in India Radio Akashvani, chairperson some international conferences, published articles. Madam also runs NGO in Amravati. She is a member of Human Rights Society's Unconventional Energy Association. She is also a member of various NGOs, work for women and grievance committees of educational institutions. Life member of Red Cross Garden Club, involved in community development progress. Madam is a member of Indian Women Scientists Association. She was the ex-president of Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Amravati, for the period of 2012 to 2016. Now, Madam has many achievements. So, I'll start one by one. The very first is, Madam has won a National Women Empowerment Award in 2016 by International Association of Educators for World Peace, Women's Agency for Generating Employment in New Delhi. Madam has won Women Bhaskar Award in 2017. She was one of the top 3 finalists in social category. She has also been awarded for best paper in second international conference in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Madam is awarded by Municipal Corporation Amravati for legal awareness educational program for women in society in 2016. Madam is awarded for women empowerment by Junior Chamber International India in March 2010. She has also been awarded for Leadership Award by Art of Living organization in contribution social activities in 2008. She is honored by Pride of Amravati by Aroma JCs, awarded by Parivartan Prabodhini Social Organization Amravati. And I think this is the most biggest achievement. The Madam was the second merit during her PG education, which she has taken from Amravati University. So Madam is going to conduct her session on the topic personality development. As you all see, Madam has already switched on her video, and if you can see her, you can imagine her personality. She is right now I have said all her achievements, but if you can see her, So you can guess what a big personality she is, or a beautiful gesture and smile on her face. So I think the topic chosen by Madam, personality development, is very correct. By seeing her, I personally feel ki Madam, today I'm going to learn many more things from you. So heartiest
Thank you.
welcome, Madam.
Thank you so much, Ankita. And I think thank you extremely. I mean, overwhelmed to see the praises and a lot of good words from me. Thank you so much.
Madam.
So before I start, am I audible?
Yes, Madam.
Okay. I hope it won't be a disappointment after hearing me because Ankita has praised me about the board.
No, Madam.
Okay. Okay. So I welcome all the participants for this short-term course organized by HRD, SGPAU Amravati. And before I start, I would like to take your permission. If you permit me, can we have without break? Because at 2:30, we have some inevitable, I have some inevitable work. As I told you, Miss Ankita, that my CDCs are waiting 2 days after, and then a lot of work are there. So, but in spite of that, I couldn't say no to Chacharkar sir, and then it is always pleasure to talk to you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll just would like to share my PPT. Is that fine if I don't take break and then we'll continue till 2:30?
Okay. Yes, Madam. The session is from 1 to 3 without a break.
Okay. Okay.
Ji.
So when we talk about, this is just personality development, the word self is a very age-old word, you can say. And then some people call it as a disposition management. Some people call it as, I mean, we have a different name for it. Even though the quest for developing our personality is still going on, and then this is an ongoing process. I feel that it is an ongoing process. But due to this COVID-19 and pandemic, the situation changed the world in 2 days. So especially the affected area is educational institutions, and the word like lockdown, online education, work from home, Google Classroom, these words came into existence, and we are very much now acquainted. It is almost 2 years, we have completed 2 years, and we are facing this situation, and the entire equations have changed due to this COVID situation. So we will speak on personality as well as the present scenario. So although, just a minute, I'll just make it up. Yes. So immediate impact on the COVID is like, of course, we have a positive, negative. When we see that environmental point of view, we have a boon, literally boon. The environment has improved so much, a lot of pollution, lot of, it was there, but because of the man's encroachment over the nature, little bit curbed by the COVID. And when we see the longer and short-term goals, everybody knows that because we have been witness since last 2 years. So under this situation, a lot of, yesterday we got to discuss on the topic that persons who are COVID past, I mean during 2021 past, kindly do not apply for the so and so jobs. So it was such a, in one way, it is a lot of loss of students, those who are aspiring for the new jobs, aspiring for the new areas. And for them, it is really tough to get the job. So today it is very important, besides the degrees, what qualities you have. what personality you have, even if you subtract some degrees from your persona. And then when we talk about the social media skills, internet skills, the creativity, innovations, some online strategies, then we have to see what are the opportunities and what are the challenges we have in present situation. Some people who got an opportunity in the COVID period are the media persons. Of course, they are front warriors, police, nurse, doctors, the policymakers, the teachers have to, it was challenging for the teachers to speak on, take the conduct classes online. Sometimes the people, I mean, they eat, they switch off the cameras. You don't know whether they are attentive in the class or not. Of course, the motivational trainers, the jockeys, these are the persons, these are the group who got an opportunity to show their skills, talent, and then to combat with the situation. Of course, some so expect unexpected change in the nature. हमारे यहाँ पहले जैसे ये जो बैल लोग हैं उनको मुंह बांधा जाता था. अभी the situation has changed. The men, the human being has to put the mask on his face. So nature is always there when something is imbalanced. Something is imbalanced in the nature or somewhere. So friends, when we talk about personality, how many of you can we have it interactive? Can you tell me what do you mean by the personality?
Good afternoon, ma'am. May I?
Yes, please, please, please.
Ma'am, personality is not regarding your chiseled features or chiseled body. It's about your intrinsic values and your interpersonal behavior and how you are able to connect with others. If you know the knack of connecting with others, I think that is the thing that makes your personality. Because
thank you
if
so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Alpa.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, yes, yes. Please.
It is like our attitude or the way we react to any situation.
Yes, Alpa, Klevish, I couldn't read it properly. Silva Lakshmi, Silva Lakshmi.
Yes.
I know you all are MBA students and you're well acquainted with the personality and the traits. I agree with each and everybody's answer here. But those who don't know the skill how to have interpersonal relationship, how to have a positive attitude or approach toward the situation, then let me start with what is the layman. What is, I know you everybody know what is the personality, and then but we will just have a look what scientists say and then they talk about the personality. So when usually we say personality, we refer only to the outlooks. You both of you have spoken about the inner potentials. Yes, but it is more in our interpersonal relationship, your positive approach, and all those things. But for the layman, these are the people, as we all know, that Abraham Lincoln, one of them, the Abraham Lincoln. Have you heard about Abraham Lincoln? Who was he? Who was Abraham Lincoln? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Who is Abraham Lincoln?
President of America.
Was ex-president, first black president of America. Yes. And he's known for his wittiness, his talent, his presence of mind, but he was ugliest person that time. I just would like to share one incident with him. There was a beautiful, very famous actress those time, and there was a lot of talk about his humor, his wittiness, his presence of mind, and he was very popular president in the America. That time, that actress was so much of flattered and then so much attracted towards him, and she decided to propose him. So in a subtle way, she wanted to convey him that she wants to marry with him. So she says, अगर Mr. Abraham, अगर हम दोनों मिलते हैं तो जैसे बच्चे जो है वो मेरे जैसे सुंदर होंगे और आपके जैसे होशियार होंगे, तो इतने ब्रिलियंट होंगे, तो कैन वी थिंक ऑफ मैरिंग? तो उन्होंने बहुत ही सुंदर जवाब दिया था उनको. उन्होंने बोला कि सॉरी मैडम, अगर उल्टा हो गया, मतलब मेरे जैसे अगली और आपके जैसे बुद्धू अगर होते हैं तो फिर आई जस्ट डोंट वांट टू टेक द रिस्क. एंड ही very smartly avoided her. So these are the all people who have some aura, who have some you can say credential on their, like first Modi ji, one of the popular most popular prime minister, the Sadhguru, and the many spiritual gurus are there. Then who is this gentleman? Everybody must be knowing. The third one, motivational trainer. Can anybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Geeta ma'am.
He is BSR. He is known as BSR.
Yes, and then
Ma'am, if I'm not wrong, Shiv Khera. No.
No.
Sandeep Maheshwari.
Sandeep is the other one who is with the specs.
Yeah, fourth one.
Yeah, fourth one is Sandeep Maheshwari. You're right. Anyways, can you go ahead? Can you go ahead and tell me? Shivani, who's a very, very popular inspirational speaker. And she herself, although she belongs to Brahma Kumari, but she's an engineer from UK. And she's so popular amongst Indians, and not only Indians, but across the country also. The Shivaji Maharaj still in UK also in MBA department, how the lessons are given, how he was a management guru that time to handle the situation. The one iron lady. That time she was the only man in the parliament that time. Iron lady. Abraham Lincoln. The legend of Bollywood, and Anand Vishwanathan. And Mr. Third one is, he's a motivational Deepak Talwar. Okay. I just wanted to inform you, or just wanted to discuss with you that, so this is nothing but personality is a combination of all psychological, intellectual, emotional, spiritual, and physical characteristics of an individual as well as his experiences in life. So personality is like flowering of a flower. It is an ongoing process, and flowering of a flower into flower, and then it is a progressive. So it is progressive, ongoing process. Many of us, like, after all, what we want from the life, क्या चाहिए हमें जिंदगी से? पैसे, शोहरत, पावर, ये चाहिए क्या हमको? हम क्यों शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्स कर रहे हैं? हम क्यों शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्स कर रहे हैं? We just run right from the morning and then ये करना है, वो करना है, प्लेसमेंट करना है हमें, हमको API स्कोर बढ़ाना है, हमको बुक्स लिखने हैं, हमको और भी रिसर्च करना है, ये सब चीजें करने हैं. लेकिन there is some basic rule. The scientists who have studied on the personality, they want to say that there are certain things which plays very vital role in your personality. So number one is, this is always it is a journey for the self as well as assessment of the self. We are going to assess ourselves, and then at the same time we have to jot down how much I have to improve in my personality and what are the things I need to, like we have seen that it is an ongoing process. ये ऐसे कोई ठीक है मेरा एज, इसको कोई भी एज बार नहीं है, कोई भी स्टेज ऑफ द लाइफ नहीं है, कोई भी एज ऑफ द लाइफ नहीं है. इट इज ऑन गोइंग प्रोसेस. जिसको लगता है चलो मुझे इसमें मुझे डेवलप करना है, वो कोई भी उम्र में और कभी भी वो डेवलप कर सकता है अपने आप को. सो हाउ टू गो अबाउट इट. साइंटिफिक लोग हैं, साइंटिस्ट जो है, उन्होंने कहा है नो योर सेल्फ, बी योर सेल्फ फर्स्ट. सबसे पहला रूल है कि आपको अपने बारे में जानना है. हम दूसरों के बारे में तो बहुत जानते हैं, लेकिन अपने आप के बारे में कितने लोग जानते हैं? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो योरसेल्फ? कैन वी मेक अ लिस्ट, क्विक लिस्ट, कि मेरे में पॉजिटिव ट्रेड्स क्या है और निगेटिव ट्रेड्स क्या है? हम लिख सकते हैं क्या एक 2 मिनट्स में? Can we write? Do you have pen and paper? Do you have pen and paper?
Yes, ma'am, we have. We can write.
Please. Your time starts. So to write your positive trait, that is strength, and your negative trait, weaknesses of the soul. You must have done SWOT analysis many times, I'm sure. चलो हम जानते हैं कि आप अपने बारे में, खुद के बारे में कितना जानते हैं. एक मिनट हो गया अभी. किसका हो गया है? किसका हो गया है?
Ma'am, I have done it.
Yes, you can share with us.
Should I speak up now?
Please, please, please.
Okay. Ma'am, the first thing, I think I'm very disciplined.
Very good.
And the second thing is, because of discipline, so many other.
Are you audible to everybody?
Yes, madam. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Good, Alpha. Please continue.
Okay, ma'am. First thing is discipline. So when I think discipline brings it so many virtues, because I'm able to manage my time well, since I am disciplined. Because I'm able to manage my time well, so it does not stress me. So I remain happy most of the time. Sometimes when very adverse circumstances are there, only then I just withdraw myself. But otherwise, I'm a very happy-go-lucky sort of fellow, and I'm always ready to help others. Because and sometimes I even go out of the way to help others, because I think that on this earth, if we do not help our fellow beings, then what is the purpose of living on this earth? And this is, I think, the main purpose of our sending to this earth. Almighty has sent us to this earth for that reason. And yes, and these things make me very, very organized person, caring person, and responsible person.
Very nice.
These are my
very
strengths.
Nice.
And so far as my weaknesses are concerned, yes, ma'am, I do have, because sometimes I withdraw myself because whenever means I should not, I know that I should not because I should not let circumstances overpower me. But even then, I'm not able to control sometimes, and it is the major weakness I have but I have been working on it, ma'am.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Anybody would like to share?
Yes, ma'am. I,
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
ma'am, what are my
Silver Lakshmi or
positive?
the
Okay, ma'am, I'll mute.
who would like to? Miss Basu or?
ma'am, anyone.
Please, please, please.
Ma'am, as a person, I think I'm sincere. I have optimistic outlook towards life, and of course, determination too. I don't give up easily. But regarding negative traits, I'm oversensitive and moody at times. Even my students sometimes say, "Ma'am, today we can understand seeing your face. Your mood is okay." So I'm moody, ma'am, and very poor at handling stress, I must say. That I
Okay,
think is one area I can work upon.
okay, great, great. Silva Lakshmi, ma'am, would you
Yes,
like
ma'am.
to?
I'm honest and I'm organized. And in order to say about the negative things, I'm not flexible. Like
Okay,
I'm not flexible, and
good,
like
good.
I find difficult to like manage the situations that where I'm stressed.
Okay, okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Beautiful. Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
May I,
Prerna.
ma'am?
Prerna, please, please.
Ma'am, the positive things are I'm helpful, generous, nature lover, and stick to my goal, hard worker and determined. But negative, poor time management, temperament, कभी कभी गुस्सा आ जाता है, angry हो जाती हूँ, and too sensitive, emotional. Like sometimes I small things get irritated with the small things.
Okay, okay. Wonderful, wonderful. See, one thing I would like to inform you here, although हमने बहुत ही superficial traits जो है उसको हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया है, बट डीपली अगर हमको देखना है हमारे जो भी ट्रेड्स है तो उसको हमने नहीं देखा. अभी मैंने एक चीज यहाँ नोटिस की है कि nobody put their cameras on. किसी ने भी अपने कैमरे ऑन नहीं रखे हैं. और जैसे अल्पा hasn't put her camera on and then everybody followed the same thing. सभी लोगों ने यही
actually
चीज
hampers the voice, ma'am, quality, because if we put our camera on, we are not able to listen to you properly.
Okay, Milind, one of the things, but since you have given an opportunity to speak, you could have, I mean, put it on and then you could have spoken. I mean, that's what I feel. तो हम लोगों को जैसे besides knowing our own trait, एक छोटा सा exercise हम करते. Will you follow my? Although I couldn't see you, एक मिनट के लिए अगर आप सब लोग अपने कैमराज ऑन करते हो तो हम देखते हैं. You just have to follow my instruction. Which language should I give you instructions? कौन से language में instructions दूं मैं आपको?
Madam, English and Hindi both will do.
Okay, English और हिंदी में देंगे. हम आपको एक मिनट के लिए अपने कैमराज ऑन रखने हैं. अंकिता ओझा, just allow your participants to put it on. सबको ऐसा करना है, ऊपर हाथ करना है और उसको घुमा के, सॉरी, ऐसे घुमा के अपने तोड़ी पे रखना है, अपने चिन पे रखना है. Some people took very long. तोड़ी और चिन बोला था मैंने, और एक्चुअली यहाँ पे बहुत बार रखते हैं तो वो ब्लाइंडली फॉलो करते, बट वी डोंट ट्राई टू. ये थोड़ा सा होता है कि बाकी जो कर रहे हैं वो ब्लाइंडली हम फॉलो करना चाहते हैं इसमें. So let us speak about, yes, this is a तोड़ी and the chin. And actually मैंने यहाँ पे रखना चाहिए था, तो यहाँ पे रखते हैं तो सब लोग यहीं पे रखते हैं कि तोड़ी और वो दिमाग में नहीं आता है उनके, और सब लोग अपने गाल पे रखते हैं, तो ये थोड़ा गड़बड़ हो जाता है. because we blindly follow others and we don't actually apply our mind at times. हम थोड़ा सा देख लेते हैं कि how to utilize our potentials. Like you are a unique creation of God, and do you know the uniqueness? You get acquainted yourself. The first step towards development is know yourself both in a perfect way. Let's take your physical, mental, emotional assets and utilize and capitalize them. All the valuable treasures are hidden in the deeper layer of your mind.
Please allow us to switch off the camera because
Yeah,
your
yeah,
voice
yeah,
does not reach
yes,
us.
yes, yes, yes.
Okay,
Please switch it off. Please switch it off. Switch it off. Yeah. So we were talking about कि हम लोग बहुत बार क्या करते हैं कि everybody feels that the other garden is rosy, the grass is green in the other garden, and we forget our own positive traits. अभी बहुत बार मैं बहुत moody हूँ. Some people, it is a general. I mean, when I speak to many my buddies and then friends, तो सब लोगों का यही कहना है मुझे गुस्सा बहुत आता है. I cannot handle my emotional traits. I cannot handle insult or the bill. If somebody belittles me, then I get disappointed and then upset so early. And then these are the things we get to hear from everybody. So when we talk about our own personality, actually जो भी हमारा year है, whatever the year may be, जितना भी है, have we given 5 minutes time to look at yourself कि मुझ में क्या अच्छाइयां हैं और मुझ में क्या बुराइयां हैं और इस पे मुझे कैसे काम करना है और उसको कैसे ओवरकम करना है. तो हम लोग we hardly, दूसरों को हमको बहुत मालूम होता है. इट इज सेड दैट दूसरों के अभी अपने हस्बैंड्स और अपने बच्चों को पूछो मम्मी में क्या कमी, इतनी बड़ी लिस्ट मिलेंगे आपको. और फिर अपनी सिस्टर को भी, सिबलिंग्स को पूछो कि चलो ये वर्षा में क्या कमी है बताओ, वो ऐसी है, वो वैसी है, वैसी है, वैसी वैसी, इतनी बड़ी लंबी लिस्ट मिलती है हमको. तो हमारे नेगेटिव ट्रेट्स हमको पूछना है तो हमारे पार्टनर्स को पूछना चाहिए, फिर वो लंबी लिस्ट हमको मिल जाएगी एंड देन ग्रेजुअली यू हैव टू ओवरकम इट. तो सबसे पहला ये है कि आपके दिमाग में वो बनता है. बहुत बार मैं देखती हूँ कि ये स्टूडेंट्स को अगर हमको डील करना है, स्टूडेंट्स का कहना है कि हमको स्टेज फियर है, हम आने से डरते हैं, हमको स्ट्रेंजर से बात करने के लिए बहुत ही ऑकवर्ड फील होता है. हम लोग there are a lot of problems with the students and they want to overcome these fears. So just one has to like मैं हमेशा बोलती हूँ कि हम आप लोगों ने कार्ड्स खेले हैं क्या, कभी कार्ड्स खेले हैं, प्लेइंग कार्ड्स? Have you heard about the playing card? ताश के पत्तों से हम खेलते हैं.
Yes, yes ma'am, yes.
हाँ, अभी नए जनरेशन तो ऑनलाइन खेलती है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है जैसे आप लोगों ने भी खेले होंगे कभी ये पत्ते का. हाँ, तो वो उसमें क्या रहता है, एवरीबडी जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स है सबको पत्ते बांटे जाते हैं एंड उसमें एक ट्रम्प कार्ड होता है. जो ट्रम्प कार्ड होता है वो हुकुम का इक्का बोलते हैं हम उसको, हुकुम का इक्का. और जिसको अपना मतलब बाजी मारनी है तो वो बराबर वेट करता है and then he just watches that let my turn come and then let me put my trump card there and then he wins the game, है ना. अपना हुकुम का इक्का डाल के वो पूरा उसको वो गेम जीत लेता है. सेम थिंग अप्लाइज इन आवर लाइफ. हमको हमारे ट्रम्प कार्ड्स क्या है मालूम होने चाहिए, हमारे पर्सनालिटी के. जिसे पिछले स्लाइड में हमने देखे, ये बंदों को मालूम था कि इनके ट्रम्प कार्ड्स क्या है और उन्होंने उस पे काम किया है और इसीलिए वो इतनी शोहरत और इतना आगे जा चुके हैं वो लोग. तो अभी क्या होता है, जिसको मालूम ही नहीं है, जिसको अपने पॉजिटिव ट्रेट्स क्या है, निगेटिव ट्रेट्स क्या है मालूम नहीं है, तो वो ऐसे ही हमारा हुकुम का इक्का है ऐसे ही डाल देते बिना वजह के, बिना सोचे कि जब भी वक्त नहीं होता तभी भी, और फिर वो अपनी जिंदगी की बाजी हार जाते हैं. द सेम थिंग अप्लाइज टू आवर ओन लाइफ ऑल्सो, लाइव्स ऑल्सो, कि हमको ये मालूम ही नहीं होता है कि हमारे ट्रम्प कार्ड्स क्या है एंड वी जस्ट ट्राई टू we just waste it when we don't even need it. तो सबसे ये आखिरी वाला पॉइंट है, ऑल वैल्यूएबल ट्रेजर्स आर डीपर लेयर ऑफ योर माइंड. जैसे हमारे निगेटिव ट्रेड्स जो है, वी एक्सेप्ट इट विदाउट हैविंग विजन दैट इट कैन बी इम्प्रूव्ड. ये हमारे इम्प्रूव हो सकते हैं, ये बिना जाने हुए हम उसको एक्सेप्ट कर लेते. अभी बसु मैडम ने बोला कि हाँ मैं मूडी हूँ, स्टूडेंट मुझे पूछते हैं कि भाई मैडम का आज मूड अच्छा है ना वगैरह वगैरह, बट एट टाइम्स इट इज वेरी हार्मफुल फॉर द सम सिचुएशंस. हमको मूडी रह के नहीं रहना पड़ता है. इवन दो अभी यू हैव नो आइडिया, मुझे अभी मतलब यूनिवर्सिटी से कॉल आया था और लॉट ऑफ प्रेशर था मेरे ऊपर अभी जस्ट बिफोर, एंड दे हैव कॉल्ड मी, बट मैंने बहुत ही अच्छे से वो सिचुएशन को हैंडल किया. एंड आई सेड कि आई हैव सम कमिटमेंट व्हिच इज आई मीन आई हैव टू टेक interaction, I have to have an interaction with the short term course. And then because in institutions the heads are not excused, they are not supposed to give excuses, but they have to give the results. And somehow I convinced them, and then without losing my temper I could manage the situation and then came before. तो सब ये कहना चाहती हूँ मैं यहाँ पे डियर पार्टिसिपेंट्स कि हमारे डीपर लेयर को हमको ये कमांड देनी है कि नो आई कैन डू इट, आई कैन डू इट. बहुत बार ऐसे ऐसे अनोखे सिचुएशंस होते हैं कि यू सेड नो आई कांट, और वो पहले ही आप बता देते. बहुत लोगों के साथ ड्राइविंग के इश्यूज होते हैं, लिफ्ट में बैठने के इश्यूज होते हैं, सिचुएशन फेस करने के इश्यूज होते हैं. ऊपर अगर बहुत बड़े मंजिल पे जाके देखते तो उनको बहुत घबराहट होती है, एंड दे एक्सेप्ट दैट थिंग्स एंड पुट इट इन देयर माइंड, और वो मेंटल ब्लॉक के साथ पूरी जिंदगी जीते हैं. लेकिन इट इज जस्ट लाइक अपनी कार जो होती है, वो कार को जिसे गियर होते हैं वो अपना कॉन्शियस माइंड होता है, और सब कॉन्शियस माइंड इज जो अंदर का मशीन्स होते हैं वैसे है. डजंट नो आप फर्स्ट में डाले तो वो अपने स्पीड में 30 की स्पीड में चलता है, सेकंड में डाले तो चलो 60 की स्पीड में, थर्ड में डालो तो 80, फोर्थ में डालो तो 120 की स्पीड में चलता है. द सेम थिंग अप्लाइज टू अवर माइंड. अपना इनर अब सब कॉन्शियस माइंड है, उसको जो भी कमांड हम देते हैं वो कमांड वो फॉलो करता है, एंड द थिंग हैपेंस अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट. तो यू मस्ट हैव हर्ड अबाउट ये एक बुक था, उसका नाम था जो सीक्रेट, द सीक्रेट करके एक बुक था. तो हाउ टू मैनेज योर ओन पोटेंशियल्स. तो जस्ट हमारे बहुत बार हमारे साथ ऐसा होता है कि हम सुबह हमको 4 बजे 3 बजे उठना है, एंड विदाउट एनी अलार्म यू जस्ट गेट अप. व्हाई इट हैपेंस? बिकॉज हमने वो कमांड हमारे अपने सबकॉन्शियस माइंड को दी होती है, एंड देन दैट सबकॉन्शियस माइंड फॉलोज दैट, एंड देन वी डू द थिंग्स एग्जैक्टली. अगर हमको कहीं एडवेंचरस काम करने, बहुत अनयूजुअल काम करने, तो हमारे दिमाग में हम बोलते नहीं यार मुझे नहीं जमेगा, आई कांट डू दिस. द सबकॉन्शियस माइंड कैच दैट कमांड एंड यू जस्ट कांट डू दैट. बट इफ यू गिव ग्रेजुअली दैट कमांड कि नहीं मुझे करना है मैं करूंगा, you might not get 100% result, but 60%, 70%, and then gradually you can overcome that fear. So what is the scientists, they are saying the valuable treasures are the deeper layer of your mind, और वो deeper layer को command देने की skill जो है हमको acquire करने. And the best thing is meditation. Meditation सबको लगता है अरे क्या ये पुरानी बात है, youngsters don't follow, but even if you hear Sandeep Maheshwari is just 36 38 years old, and those motivational trainers, they believe in meditation, and then it is nothing but giving your subconscious mind command in such a way that the thing happens. The secret है ना, ऐसा एक ये है कि कोई चीज को आप सच्चे दिल से चाहते हैं तो सारी कायनात उसको मिलाने में जुड़ जाती है. ये एक फेमस डायलॉग हमने पढ़ा था. तो आपको कुछ नहीं करना है, यू जस्ट हैव टू गिव दैट कमांड, closing your eyes to the deepest layer, and that is your subconscious mind, and then you will see that how thing miraculously happen with you. So that is the technique, one of the techniques given by the some scientists, Daniel Goleman, and then few American scientists, and then those who have worked on the personality. The one of them is Florence Littau. इनका मैंने बुक पढ़ा था तो मुझे इतना मजा आया था. उन्होंने पर्सनालिटी प्लस करके ये एक बुक लिखा है. उन्होंने बोला कि every person has a 4 traits: popular sanguine, powerful choleric, peaceful phlegmatic, and perfect melancholy. ये ट्रेट हमारे जनरली सभी लोगों की पर्सनालिटी में होते हैं. So popular sanguines are like, they're so happy-go-lucky, very intelligent, helping people around, and then they always have a cheerful personality, cheerful mood, and then wherever. But एक उनमें एक कमी रहती है. Whenever they go out, वो बोलते हैं ना, रुख हवा का जहाँ के हो गए हम, और फिर उनको बाकी कुछ खबर ही नहीं रहती है. अगर चलो वो अगर डीमार्ट जाते हैं, कोई मॉल में जाते हैं, तो कोई पहचान का उनको मिलते हैं, हाय क्या ले रहे हैं, अच्छा पाव भाजी ले रहे हो क्या, चलो 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 मैं बैग पकड़ती हूँ और पकड़ता हूँ करके जाके पाव भाजी भी खा के आएंगे उनके घर से. ऐसी उनकी पर्सनालिटी रहती है. और इनके लोगों का एक ही नेगेटिव ट्रेट, मतलब एक ऐसा रहता है, वो आप उन पर रिलाई नहीं कर सकते हो, आप उन पे भरोसा नहीं करते, क्योंकि उनका ट्रेट ही ऐसा है कि वो जहां पे जाएंगे वहीं के हो जाते हैं. वो दे फॉरगेट ऑल कमिटमेंट, ऑल अपॉइंटमेंट, ऑल असाइनमेंट्स, ये सब भूल जाते हैं, क्योंकि वो जहां के हो गए वहां के हो जाते हैं वो. बट दे आर वेरी देन पावरफुल क्लोरिक करके एक है. पावरफुल क्लोरिक जो रहते हैं, वेरी इंटेलिजेंट, स्टडीड पीपल, लर्नेड पीपल, डायनामिक रहते हैं, लीडरशिप क्वालिटी रहती है उनमें, और दे वांट टू रूल एवरीबडी. And then चलो follow me, and then no, ये करेगा ये करेगा ये करेगा. They distribute, delegate their work, and then they become leader. They don't want to follow anybody, this thing. और उनको किसी को उनको फॉलो करने को दिया तो उनके सारे वो पोटेंशियल्स जो भी अच्छे उनमें जो भी है, अच्छे ट्रेड्स हैं, वो सब भूल जाते हैं उनको. Then it is a peaceful phlegmatic. ये कैरेक्टर वाले लोग जो रहते हैं, वो क्या रहता है, ये टाइप के, हाँ, ये टाइप के जो लोग रहते हैं, वो एकदम पीसफुल रहते हैं इन देयर ओन वर्ल्ड. बहुत ही ट्रस्टवर्दी रहते हैं, इंटेलिजेंट रहते हैं, और उनको आपने कुछ एडवाइस पूछा तो बहुत अच्छे से एडवाइस देते हैं. लेकिन उनको अगर बोला है, वो अभी कोई नॉवेल पढ़ रहे, उनको अगर पूछा है कि सुनामी आया है, आने दो, and then they with their just a moment, one important point, just a moment, just a
I hope dear participants are enjoying the session, and whatever madam is having our communication. So you all people are listening it, and I know you, many of you always ask for the name of book. So here in the slide, madam has given the name of the book and written the author. Name of the author is also been given here. So if you want, you can write it down.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Screenshot.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes. She's a Florence Littau, and then her name of the book is Personality Plus. ये किताब पढ़ते समय मुझे इतना मजा आ रहा था, because I used to identify those traits in others. Like फिर ये perfect melancholy वाले लोग जो रहते हैं, ये लोग बहुत ही perfectionist रहते हैं. ये उनको हर चीज जहाँ के वहाँ, वहीं के वहीं, तभी के तभी. जनरली जो बॉसेस होते हैं, माय मदर इन लॉ, शी वांट्स एवरीथिंग इन परफेक्ट ऑर्डर. अगर मदर इन लॉ को खुश करना है तो वो हर चीजें परफेक्ट करो और फिर उनको अपनी जो भी बात है बोलनी है तो बोले, तो शी इज वेरी हैप्पी एंड यू गेट द परमिशन उसके लिए अपने बॉस, जनरली बॉस के सामने। तो मजा ये आया कि ये चारों ट्रेट है, यू ट्राई टू आइडेंटिफाई, इवन यू कैन आइडेंटिफाई योरसेल्फ, और इसका कॉम्बिनेशन भी हो सकता है इसमें, कैन हैव अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ दिस 4 थिंग्स। तो जैसे मेरा है, आई एम अ पॉपुलर एंजॉय, बट एट टाइम्स व्हेन आई नो दैट ये अभी मुझे परफेक्टली करना है तो मैं परफेक्टली कर सकती हूँ, और समटाइम्स आई एम अ पावरफुल क्लोरिक, बट पीसफुल फ्लैग्मेटिक मेरे पर्सनालिटी में कम ट्रेड्स है ये। यू कैन आइडेंटिफाई योरसेल्फ, तुम्हारे हस्बैंड, तुम्हारे बच्चे, तुम्हारे आजू बाजू के लोग हैं, उनको आप आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं। तो सबसे फायदा मुझे ऐसा हुआ, द बेनिफिट आई गॉट आउट ऑफ इट इज दैट when you go to and you identify ये आदमी ये इस टाइप का, it must be popular एंजॉय। हमारे यहाँ एक कॉलेज है XYZ, तो वहां पे हमारे क्लासेस होते थे MBA के ही ऐसे, तो उनके जो हेड थे उनको मैंने बोला था कि मुझे ये कुछ प्ले वे मेथड करने के लिए गेम्स खिलाना है स्टूडेंट्स को, एंड प्लीज गेट द थिंग्स फॉर मी। तो 1-2 विजिट में मुझे समझ में आया कि ये पॉपुलर एंजॉय है, तो फिर मैंने उनको दूसरी बार, मुझे हाँ मैडम मैं तो भूल ही गया, चलो चलो मैं कल लाऊंगा। मुझे मालूम था ये पॉपुलर सेंजू है कि उसको कुछ याद नहीं रहने वाला है, तो आई गॉट द थिंग्स। सेकेंड डे पे मैंने 2 दिन देखा, फिर थर्ड डे मैंने सारे चीजें लाई और सर को बोला प्लीज अगर हो सके तो ये बिल मेरा रीएम्बर्स कर दो, क्योंकि आई यूज्ड इट फॉर द स्टूडेंट्स। तो ये फायदा होता है when you identify these traits in others, and then तो बहुत ही मजा आया था। तो ये पर्सनालिटी के ट्रेट हो सकते हैं। can you identify your, अल्पा कैन यू टेल मी, गीता कैन यू टेल मी आपके ट्रेट कौन से हैं?
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, it depends on circumstances and the people around you as well. And yes, a combination is definitely there. It's about peaceful, phlegmatic, and you can say perfect melancholy, because I love to spend time alone a lot and I enjoy that. And sometimes when I sit with my friends, and even if we are not speaking to each other or talking to each other, I enjoy the presence as well.
गुड गुड गुड। इसके बाद हमको क्या होता है, वी डोंट गेट एंग्री विद एनीबॉडी।
Excuse me, madam.
Yes, 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 please, please.
Am I audible?
Yeah, yes, please, please.
In one of the slides, you have mentioned all the valuable treasures are hidden in the deeper layer of your mind. Means it is our mind. Okay. Would you like to address how we can unfold this deeper layer of our mind?
The simplest way is, I told you that your subconscious mind, when you're alone, we are just sometimes, see, we talk to many people many times, but we never talk or have a dialogue to ourselves. So have some one एक कोई particular time है, you need to have that particular time which is very peaceful, early in the morning or before you go to bed. You just pick up that time, just you just close your eyes, you just concentrate. Have you attended any guided meditations?
Yeah, I have attended some guided meditations.
There you might have experienced that कि you really have to, and तब जब सबकॉन्शियस माइंड को आप कमांड देते हो, द सीक्रेट करके अमंडा ब्रांड का ये एक बुक है, अनदर बुक द सीक्रेट, आप लोगों ने, बहुत लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा उसको, द सीक्रेट करके एक है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि अगर कांस्टेंट, दे हैव गिवन यू वेरियस ways to attract the things that you wish. तो उन्होंने कहा अगर आपका ये ड्रीम है तो you have that poster before you, और वो constantly उसको देखते जाना, and you arrange your actions in that way, in such a way कि वो सारी चीजें तुमको बहुत ही जल्दी मिल जाती है. So that is another way to give command to your subconscious mind, deepest layer. जैसे हम बोलते कोई कीमती चीजें होती है, जैसे गोल्ड माइन कहाँ होते, गोल्ड कहाँ मिलता है हमको?
Yes. Yes, gold is found in form of
बहुत ही जो मतलब प्रीशियस जो रिसोर्सेस हैं वो डीपेस्ट लेयर में होते हैं अर्थ के. है ना, ये हम बचपन से पहले ही जानते आए। तो हमारे भी पर्सनालिटी में हर एक व्यक्ति को अपने सबकॉन्शियस माइंड जो रहता है उसको लॉजिकल माइंड भी बोल सकते हैं हम इन द लैंग्वेज।
And is it enough just to utilize and capitalize them?
Yeah, we have to capitalize them.
Yes. Is it enough on just meditation or just finding out the inner mind? Is it enough?
So it is a skill, I would say, that one has to acquire by practicing meditation or whatever the way they have.
Besides this, what are the other tools which we can enrich our personality?
See, किसी का फेथ होता है कि भाई मैंने ये फलाना फला XYZ, मैंने मम्मा का पाँव छुआ ना तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा दिन जाता है। किसी का रहता है मैंने एग्जाम्स के पहले ना मैंने इसको ये बिलीफ सिस्टम है ना उससे भी इसका रिलेशन है मिस्टर। आई वुड से दैट ये बिलीफ सिस्टम है, इट इज नथिंग बट द सुपरफिशियली हमको ऐसे लगता है, बट ये बिलीफ सिस्टम है। कोई उसको राम कहेगा, कोई अल्लाह कहेगा, कोई जीसस कहेगा इस पे, और वो फेथ रख के अगर आप जो चीज करते हो that gives you the positive results, and it differs from person to person, and it differs from experience to experience. हर एक के अनुभव अलग अलग है। जैसे मैंने मेरा एक्सपीरियंस कहा है कि मैं मेडिटेशन के जरिए जैसे पॉजिटिव अफर्मेशन जो है, पॉजिटिव अफर्मेशन आपने बहुत अभी शिवानी जो है बीके शिवानी जी काफी पॉजिटिव अफर्मेशन करती है। लुइस हे को आपने सुना होगा, लुइस हे।
No, actually, few things we can see that you all know it well, that in the book like mindset, we can find two kind of mindset we have. One is fixed mindset and the other is a rigid mindset. So people with growing mindset, I am sorry, fixed mindset and growing mindset.
So shall we complete it once,
Okay,
and
sure,
then
sure,
we will
sure.
switch over to the discussion?
Sure.
That will be better. You just jot it down somewhere, and then we'll get back to this. So let me these are the things actually, and then after all, the one question, $1 million question is that what we want from our life, what is the purpose of life? So let us start by being very clear about what we want from our life. Number one, जैसे happiness, peace, success and prosperity. ये end results है सभी चीजों का. If we organizers का अगर हम example लेते हैं, organizers why they want why they want to organize this? They want success. अगर ऐसे ही कुछ ये किया तो नहीं चलेगा. They want happiness, that if everybody is happy, they are happy. And then these four things, the life revolves, or whatever we do, it revolves around this happiness, peace, success and prosperity in life. To have these all four things forever, we must understand them logically and scientifically. So let us know that, let us see how to go about it. So our brain is a powerful beyond imagination. The Professor William James, the father of American psychology, has said, if an individual use even a 10% of his potential, he can become world famous. Have you heard about the Einstein? Einstein को आपने सुना होगा. Einstein कौन थे? Who was he? Einstein?
Yes, he was a very popular scientist, Albert Einstein.
Yes, Kshitija ma'am. Kshitija, he was a physical scientist, है ना? ये physical scientist थे ये, और physics के थे. उन्होंने atom वगैरह का सब किया था. तो इन्होंने अपना potential 7.5 यूज किया था. जो भी उनके पोटेंशियल्स थे वो 7.5 के रेशियो में किए थे. तो मुझे लगता है हम लोग कितना करते होंगे? जब आइंस्टाइन जो है उन्होंने
नेगेटिव मैम, नेगेटिव, not even zero.
Yes, I agree. So हमारे जो potentials होते हैं they dormant ही रहते हैं. We don't use them most of the times. एंड देन वी ब्लेम कि अरे यार मेरे साथ ही ऐसा होता है, भगवान को मैं ही दिखता हूँ, और बस बाय रूल मेरे साथ ही होते हैं। मम्मी पापा भी ना ये छोटे को ही ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं, मुझसे तो कोई प्यार ही नहीं करता। माय हस्बैंड नी डजंट अंडरस्टैंड मी यार, क्या करूं मैं, आई एम सो अनलकी ऑन दिस प्लैनेट। और ऐसे कमेंट्स हमको मिलते हैं। सो लेट अस सी दैट डॉक्टर डेनियल गोलमन इज अ साइकियाट्रिस्ट एंड ही सेड दैट हमारे जो भी factors है, they are leading towards our success. There's some certain things he grouped them into the emotional intelligence and intelligence, ये करके उन्होंने उसको emotional intelligence, EQ and IQ में उन्होंने डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया है। इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस का ही उन्होंने आगे चल के काफी एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया है। he says that our views of intelligence is very narrow. We ignore a crucial range of abilities that matters immensely for how we do in life. He defines emotional intelligence as skills required for effective living. बहुत ही सिंपल करके इन्होंने बोला है। They have simplified the emotional intelligence and then they say that this emotional intelligence determines how well we are going to utilize in our brain power. So psychology says that our IQ, intelligent quotient, contributes only 20% towards our success, while 80% of the credit goes to emotional quotient. Agree? You agree? Emotional quotient is your right brain, your emotional brain, and intelligent quotient is your left brain, mathematical brain. मैथमेटिकल ब्रेन होता है ये ज्यादा से ज्यादा 5 साल तक के डेवलप होता है, और उसके बाद देन you might increase it 10-20%, but emotional quotient you can improve at any times, and that is the determining factor, that is the factor that you may get success in your life. So he grouped this intelligent quotient in these things. The factors that are included in emotional intelligence are knowing and managing your emotions, self-control, self-motivation, enthusiasm, persistence, and empathy in life. तो इन सिंपल लेमन को समझने के लिए इन्होंने इसको एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए ये चीजों में उन्होंने बताया है। सो नोइंग एंड मैनेजिंग योर इमोशंस, लाइक बहुत बड़ा, अरे नहीं आई एम तो सो एंग्री यंग मैन, मुझे गुस्सा आता है, ऐसा होता है। अच्छा, गुस्सा आता है, अगर आप मतलब एग्जामिनेशन हॉल में जाके अगर तुम हंगामा करो, ये करो, क्या होगा नतीजा? दे विल सैक यू आउट फ्रॉम द हॉल एंड देन you will lose your 1 year by not controlling your emotions. तो एक बहुत ही बड़ा अच्छा एग्जाम्पल यहाँ पे किसी ने दिया था। There was a one truck driver. वो ट्रक ड्राइवर था, he wanted to buy his own truck. So he really toiled hard, did lot of efforts in life, पाई करके उसने पैसे जमा के एक ट्रक को खरीदा था। And the day he bought that truck, he was so happy. And he was distributing sweets in his area, in his residential area. And he was so happy, चलो आज मैंने अपनी मेहनत की कमाई से ट्रक खरीदा है, ये है वो है। And everybody was so happy and enjoying. उसके बच्चे को भी बहुत मजा आता है। तो बहुत सारी गाड़ियों पे लिखा रहता है कि चुन्नू मुन्नू दी गड्डी, and that sort of slogans लिखे रहते। तो that boy also is not very big, but he was school going. And then he goes and tries to put his name on it. The पापा ने नया ट्रक खरीदा है तो, and when he watches that ये बच्चा है कुछ ठोक रहा है अपने ट्रक पे, and he gets so angry, he goes immediately, खबरदार मेरे ट्रक को हाथ लगाया था, with the same stone he takes and then try to bang on his fingers, and they were almost into pulp. Or then the kid started crying कि क्या हो गया पापा को, and then he started screaming. The wife also runs there and everybody gathers, and then what they see that the fingers were almost into pulp, and they rush to the hospital, and then doctor tries to save his fingers, the child's fingers, but they couldn't save and they had to amputate it. और उसको एम्प्यूट करते हैं, और फिर जब एनेस्थेशिया से वो बाहर आता है तो फिर वो पूछता है कि पापा मेरे फिंगर्स अच्छे कब होंगे. And then he realizes कि मैंने अपने खुद के बच्चे के मतलब मुड़िया तोड़ डाली. And he becomes so depressed. वो अपने आप जाता है and then he commits suicide. तो बहुत बार people have don't know their emotions, कब raise होते, कब ये होते. The person who knows how to control their emotions, I think उनका emotional quotient is very high. Then it is self control. बहुत बार ऐसे ही होता है कि हमको control नहीं होता. And then I'm a law professor. We make a lot of visits to the jail. We meet 302, that murderers there, and we try to interview them. That time they say कि मैडम हमने वो वक्त, वो स्पर ऑफ टाइम को अगर हमने अपने आप को कंट्रोल किया होता ना, तो हमको जिंदगी में इस तरह यहाँ जेल में सड़ते हुए नहीं रहना पड़ता था करके. ये उनका ये है. तो सेल्फ कंट्रोल इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. हमको बच्चों पे गुस्सा होना है, लेकिन कभी कभी हमको गुस्सा भी नहीं आता, लेकिन करना पड़ता है क्योंकि दे शुड नो दैट वी डिडंट लाइक इट. So when you know your emotions and then you try to react, then it is okay. But without control, without any awareness, if you do certain things and it goes beyond handling, then things become back to worse. So one should know. Then self-motivation is another. We have to constantly motivate ourselves. Like बहुत बार ये मोटिवेशन होना जरूरी है. यू मस्ट बी नोइंग दैट एक्सटर्नल एंड इंटरनल मोटिवेशन रहता है. कुछ लोग पैसों के लिए कुछ भी करते हैं. कुछ गांधी जी ने ब्रिटिशर्स को उनको ट्रेन से बाहर निकाला था और उन्होंने बोला था वन डे आई विल सैक यू आउट फ्रॉम माय कंट्री. गांधी जी ने उनको बोला था आज तुमने मुझे ट्रेन से बाहर निकाला है, लेकिन मैं तुम्हें मेरे देश से बाहर निकालूंगा. एंड दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ डिटर्मिनेशन ही हैड, एंड ही डिड इट through ahimsa, non-violence, and that methods. And Gandhi ji is still popular in the world, but हम लोगों को सिर्फ उनको रुपए पे उनका फोटो है उतना ही ज्यादा attraction है. Otherwise we have nothing to do with his principles and nothing to do with his teachings. ये motivation क्यों जरूरी होता है? I was just once I was asking everybody that who are your motivation in your life. बहुत लोगों ने बोला मेरे ये है, फलाना है, मुझे अंबेडकर जी से मोटिवेशन मिलता है, मुझे गांधी जी से मोटिवेशन मिलता है. कोई बोला. अगर आपको भी ऐसा कुछ होगा तो बोल देना. हाँ, फील फ्री टू शेयर. तो सब लोग ऐसे बोल रहे थे. Then somehow one boy came, he stood and वो बोला कि मैम मेरी my mother is my motivation. When I was 6 years old, I lost my father. And तब से मेरी माँ ने हम दोनों बच्चों के लिए she dedicated her life. and अपने लिए कुछ नहीं खरीदा मैडम. उसने दिवाली को साड़ी भी नहीं लेती थी, बोले सब हमारे लिए करती थी. एंड it was फिर बाद में एकदम वो क्लास छोड़ने के बाद he was almost in tears and he asked me कि मैडम आज बहुत. मैंने बोला क्या हुआ बेटा, क्या हो गया आपको? तो वो मुझे बोल रहा था कि मैं अभी 5 साल से कॉलेज में हूँ. nobody knew कि I have no father, but somehow आपने पूछा और आज मेरे मुंह से निकल गया कि I have no father. I said come on, this is not, on the contrary we have a very high regards for you, so don't feel that ये मालूम हो गया वगैरह, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. And then he said, but I want to do something for my mother. I said, okay, yes, please, bilkul karo aap. And then after the fortnight, after the 15 days, he came, he touched my feet, and then he offered me a flower. And then I said, अरे वाह, ये किस बात के लिए है? Then he said, मैं जो entrance exam मैथ रहती है, मैथ में मैं पहला आया हूँ करके. Then we really had, that was the live example. There were so many live examples that ये motivation होना बहुत जरूरी होता है हमारी लाइफ में. It is just like adding fuel to your fire. ये आग जो जल रही है उसमें हमको उसमें तेल डालने की जरूरत होती है, एंड ये मोटिवेशन होना बहुत जरूरी रहता है. विदाउट मोटिवेशन आई थिंक जो भी अचीव करना चाहते हैं हम गोल, वो नहीं हो. एंथुजियाज्म होना चाहिए. लाइक किसी को कुछ पूछा, रहने दो यार, मुझे सोने दो. कुछ करने जाओ, रहने दो, मुझे सोने दो. ऐसे इस टाइप का उनका रहता है. क्या करना है अभी इतना करके, कौन से तीर मारने वाले हैं हम लोग, ये करना है. दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ रिएक्शन वी गेट. देन परसिस्टेंस. सब लोग बहुत जल्दी से शुरू कर देते, बट दे मे नॉट टेक द थिंग्स टू द एंड रिजल्ट्स. एंड रिजल्ट्स तक के परस्यू करना, उसको मतलब बार बार करते रहना टिल वी गेट द रिजल्ट. सम पीपल गिव अप so easily. तो वो गिव अप वाली नई सिचुएशन, डटे रहो सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग होनी चाहिए. देन एम्पैथी, एम्पैथेटिक अप्रोच होना चाहिए. कैन यू टेल मी द मीनिंग ऑफ एम्पैथी? एम्पैथी, anybody would like to explain me the
Empathy is not exactly sympathy. It's something more than that. When you put your feet into somebody's shoes and then you feel the pain, I think that's empathy.
exactly.
Not just detached sympathy.
Devyati, yeah, exactly right. Try to put your, yeah, try to be in that role.
Samvedana, Samvedansheel.
Sensitivity, that is a sensitivity.
Okay.
Samvedanshilata is a sensitivity.
Ma'am, feel the pain of others is
Exactly. आप दूसरों की भूमिका में जाके आप खुद को वहां, you rightly said that, try to put your leg in others' shoes. दूसरों के भूमिका में जाके अगर आप देखते कि मैं इसके जगह होता तो मैं क्या करता था, if I would have been in a place, तो वो एम्पैथी अगर हम सोचते हर बार, मुझे लगता है सारे झगड़े फसाद मिट जाएंगे. सारे झगड़े तो हमारे यही होते हैं कि यार ये समझता ही नहीं है, पापा तो मुझे देते ही नहीं है, 5,000 मांगे थे, 1,000 से क्या होता है, पापा को तो तुमको बेटा 10,000 देने हैं, लेकिन आज उनकी सिचुएशन नहीं है वो. दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ अगर एम्पैथेटिक अप्रोच हमारा होता है तो मुझे लगता है हाफ ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम्स आर रिजॉल्व्ड. लेकिन हम एम्पैथेटिक नहीं होना चाहते हैं लाइफ में. सो अगर ये 6 चीजों को ही Daniel Goleman and the scientists have put it as a emotional quotient. So हमको सबसे अच्छा कौन लगता है? Those who understand. हम किसके करीब जाते हैं ज्यादा? जो हमको समझ सकता है, और जिसको एम्पैथेटिक अप्रोच है वो बहुत ही अच्छे से समझ सकता है. So we cannot live our lives by emotions alone. We need to discipline these emotions, no matter what our age is. Discipline builds character, and that makes you effective in your life. So these are the certain examples. Ask yourself, why are you angry? Why you are scared? Why you are upset? And you will start getting the insight into your emotions, and then think self out of it and how and why. हमको अगर हाँ मुझे दुख हो रहा है, क्यों हो रहा है, उन्होंने फलाना फलाना XYZ ने अपना ओपिनियन दिया करके मुझे दुख हो रहा है, बट उसने किसी ने गधा कहने से तुम सचमुच में गधा होते क्या? इट इज अप टू यू दैट हाउ यू एक्सेप्ट इट. एंड वो अगर चीजें अगर हम समझते हैं तो आई थिंक that the person who tries to achieve these things na, he has won the world. He has won the world. So response of rational thinking. Rational, what is the difference between positive thinking and a rational thinking? Positive thinking और rational thinking में फर्क क्या है?
And positive thinking can be in general. Positivity is a trait, but rational thinking is situational. I have to logicize whether in that condition I can remain positive or not. This is my perspective.
Yes, absolutely right. So अभी जैसे rationality is that in available situation, what best option you have. And if you go for it, then you give the maximum result than the just thinking positive. So rational nowadays, being rational is more important than the being positive. अभी positive शब्द से भी डर लगता है कोविड में. मैं पॉजिटिव हूं तो लोग दूर भागते हैं आपसे. सो बेचारे पॉजिटिव शब्द की भी कोविड ने पूरे 12 बजा दिए है अभी तो. ओके, सो वी हैव टू हैव अ रैशनल थिंकिंग बाय एक्सेप्टिंग योरसेल्फ, your shortcomings unconditionally. Think that it is not possible, not necessary to get constant approval, love and love of others. ये न्यूली मैरिड हम लोगों ने एक बहुत ही अच्छा प्रोग्राम किया था सर्वोत्तमा करके. जो न्यूली मैरिड डिवोर्स रेट बहुत ही ज्यादा हो रहा है आजकल, और ये सबका एक हमने एक पैकेज बनाया था कि ये जो न्यूली मैरिड गर्ल्स रहती है उनको बोला था कि भाई तुम्हारे एक्सपेक्टेशन फ्रॉम योर लाइफ पार्टनर बोलो. तो उन्होंने इतनी बड़ी लंबी लिस्ट दी थी. एंड योर वर्थनेस, मतलब आपके एबिलिटी, आपके इसमें हुनर क्या क्या है, व्हाट टैलेंट यू हैव. तो वो दो तीन ही थे. एंड देन डिजायर्स बहुत लंबे थे. So we really want to introspect them, wanted to tell them that is it कहीं तभी बैलेंस है क्या ये आपका. आपके पास सिर्फ 4-5 हुनर है और आपके वांट्स इतने बड़े हैं. तो डू यू डिजर्व दैट. वी डिजायर, बट डू यू डिजर्व दैट थिंग. तो ये आई ओपनर और ये मिरर दिखाने वाला कोई होना चाहिए किसी को. तो वो अगर मिरर दिखाने के बाद फिर वो बोलते हाँ दिस इज द सिचुएशन. और बहुत अभी क्या हुआ है, अभी भी स्टूडेंट्स को हम इतने अभी मार्क्स दे रहे हैं. आप देख रहे होंगे कि 98, 97, जबकि हम बहुत ही सब लोग ये बोलते इतना तो बुखारी हम लोगों को आता था, इतने मार्क्स तो हमने कभी देखे नहीं थे. तो व्हाट आई वांट टू कन्वे हियर दैट हम लोगों की जो भी शॉर्टकमिंग्स है उसको वी हैव टू पुट इट इन लाइक अवर स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट्स. हमारे उसको हमको वी हैव टू टर्न इट इनटू योर स्ट्रेंथ एंड नॉट द नेगेटिव वीकनेसेस नहीं हमको करना है हमारे. सो थिंक दैट इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल, नॉट नेसेसरी. रोज हस्बैंड क्यों तारीफ करेगा आपकी. इन्होंने तो बोला ही नहीं मैं सब्जी कैसे बनी थी, इन्होंने तो बोला ही नहीं मैं कैसे दिख रही थी, इन्होंने तो बोला ही नहीं ये ऐसा किया था. जब हम लोग काउंसलिंग पे जाते हैं, जैसे एज आई टोल्ड यू वी आर लीगल एड क्लिनिक्स रहते हैं हमारे यहाँ. काफी डिवोर्स केसेस आते हैं, प्री डिवोर्स वाले भी आते हैं केसेस. तो हाफ ऑफ द सिचुएशन इज लाइक एक्सपेक्टेशंस, कांस्टेंट. रोज उठ के कौन बोलेगा आपको आप सुंदर दिख रहे हैं, आप ये कर रहे हैं, आपकी सब्जी बहुत अच्छी लगी. हाँ कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स देना चाहिए, लेकिन ये रोज एक्सपेक्ट करना गलत बात है. By changing and disputing your own wrong emotions and eliminating them since they are created by yourself. अभी एग्जाम्स है लेकिन still we want to spend some time on cricket match, and when it comes time comes to see your mark list, अरे यार 2 marks मिलते थे तो क्या होता था, ये एग्जामिनर का बिगड़ता था. And you curse that examiner, but that was your choice to watch the cricket match that time, and then when the result comes you don't like them. So no, you try to take the responsibility of your own deeds. So it is bad thing to go wrong, but not terrible. So situation control mein rakho. You should stand others, and when you may not like them, don't allow your childhood experience to spoil your adulthood. Every moment is a new, and take it as a fresh. I'll just make it a quick. So the authors are still trying to explain you what are the emotional quotient and emotional intelligence. So don't punish yourself for your mistakes. Improve your performance in future. Accept it. Try to improve it. People will make mistakes. Blaming and punishing them will not help them to improve. So just because you are good at people, good to people, that not guarantee that people will also be good to you. Though it seems logical 2 + 2, it is not always 4 in human relationship. So worrying and running away from the difficult and threatening situations will not ward them off, but often prevent you from dealing effectively with them. So one has to deal with the situation very effectively by using all your potentials, your knowledge, your skills, and so don't make the situations bad to worst. And that is the emotional quotient. And those who try to balance between this, he is the winner in the life. Another important things about the emotional quotient and your personality is developing confidence. Those who have a high, because confidence plays very vital role in your uh, personality. It is a divine power. It is a truth, faith in you, or believe in ourselves. Even if a person handicapped, physically ill, still he can perform miraculously if he has believed in himself. आपने देखा होगा Sudha Chandra, Sudha Chandran, she lost her both legs, but she's the best dancer now. And then so many examples are there. Olympics में handicap लोगों के tournaments होते हैं. They have events and they overcome that. So we have so many examples. Sometimes we see some people physically and mentally strong, but they lack confidence and they cannot take advantage of both the parts and then they lose the game. So again, here would like to tell you that how to develop the confidence. Actually, I do have a test for this, but due to the lack of time, I could not share with you. जनरल साइकोलॉजिस्ट लोगों ने ये एक टेस्ट की थी, तो स्टिल वी कैन असेस योरसेल्फ कि हम कितने कॉन्फिडेंट है, कितने. सो दीज आर द थिंग्स दैट हाउ टू ओवरकम योर वीकनेसेस और स्टार्ट डूइंग द थिंग्स यू फियर. फॉर एग्जांपल हम स्टूडेंट्स को ये टास्क देते हैं कि छोटे छोटे टास्क रहते हैं. यू गो टू द होटल, you enter, you read the menu card, you drink water and just walk out. मैडम कैसे क्या ऐसे कैसे करना. ऐसे डरे क्या हो, तुमको जबरदस्ती बांध के रखेंगे कोई. So you say that I don't want to eat, I'll visit some other time or whatever it is. So do certain things that will not harm others, but it will boost up your confidence. तो चलो कोई अगर मतलब ये जो डेयर वाला होता है आजकल यंगस्टर्स में बहुत ही कुछ अलग अलग डेयर देते हैं, बट द स्मॉल डेयर्स दैट यू फियर जो हमने अभी इट इज ड्यू टू द लैक ऑफ टाइम वी कैन नॉट परफॉर्म ऑल दोस थिंग्स. तो हमको ये छोटे छोटे एक्सरसाइजेस करने हैं, फिर प्रिपरेशन करनी है, प्रैक्टिस करनी है उसका. एंड दीज आर द nothing is new, that is the old wine and new bottle, something like that. But if you really do these things seriously, we get a fabulous result. Then don't worry, but take the action. The worry is just सबसे बड़ा रोग, क्या कहेंगे लोग. अगर ये रोग किसको लगा है, I think that captures you and then that finishes you very soon. So set some meaningful goal in life. You can do if you can. जैसे मैंने बोला अपने subconscious mind को बोलना है, yes I can, and you do the things and you will see that yes it works. Patience, perseverance. We give up. छोटा सा अगर हमको failure मिल गया तो नहीं मुझे नहीं करना है, बिल्कुल कुछ आता नहीं, सब partiality होती है, ऐसे करता है वैसा होता है. But you try actually wholeheartedly and you will get the results. So friends, I just if you look at these fears, you will realize that a majority of them are like imaginary ghosts. जैसे बचपन में हमको अंधेरे से बहुत डर लगता था, जैसे बड़े हो गए तो हमको समझ में आता है कि it is nothing but the sun is other side and it is going to come again in the morning, and then we know that this is not the darkness ever in our life. And then it is an imaginary ghost. These ghosts do not have their own power, but you draw power to them and from us and make us weak. And the worst thing about this fear is if you fear becomes stronger, if we worry becomes stronger. If we fear, scared of failure, we make the failure certain. तो हम खुद ही अपने जो फेलियर को, हमारे अयशस्वी होने का कारण हम खुद बनते हैं बिकॉज ऑफ दिस. तो इमोशनल क्वोशंट है, यू हैव टू बी very rational, positive. Another almost 90% of the success in the world depends upon how effectively we able to relate with the people around us. One of the popular I would say president is Obama. Even Narendra Modi ji is a popular leader because they have a good communication skills. The people who move about the crowd are usually excellent in their interpersonal skills. First obvious reason is we are all humans and we have our shortcomings. But another important reason is communication is not just task, but it is an art, a skill. And like any other art or a skill, it has to be learned. हमको ये सीखना है. बहुत बार हमारे यहाँ तो स्पेशली इन विदर्भा, हमारे विदर्भा में हम कोई किसी को कॉल करेंगे तो इट इज टिपिकल थिंग, हाँ कौन, and you really, this is not the professionalism. I make it a point to my staff कि पहले हाँ this is law college and good afternoon sir, this is law college, may I help you. This is the professional way to talk. यहाँ तो अच्छे अच्छे लोग रहते हैं, they also पहले से हमको लगता है कि अरे यार इनको फोन पे बात कैसे करना ये भी सिखाना पड़ेगा क्या अभी. तो ये सब चीजें होती है. So what communication require knowledge and ability to express our own ideas. Keep your focus on the message. Show your keen interest for the receivers. Study the listeners. Think before you speak. Make eye contact. Your body language तो आपने I need not tell you. तुम्हारा eye contact, smile, body language, it speaks a lot. So have a look at mirror and say you are the best, and then you go for it. I think you will achieve lot of things. Only thing that these are the, everybody knows this thing. I'm not going to, I don't tell you very different things, but the practicing it and those who practice have a lot of differences in, a lot of changes in their life, positive changes in their life. We were talking about like man is a social being, and whenever we go, we are surrounded by the people, where it is home, office, factory, business, or the educational institutions. Almost 90% of our success and happiness in this world depends upon how effectively we are able to treat with the people around us. The people who move about the crowd are usually excellent in their personal skills. First obvious reason is they're humans and हमको ये सब handle करना है. So these are the advantages of practice in advance. Like more, I'll just one important. So take a pause for a minute. Just a pause for a minute.
Hello participants, here I would like to tell you something. Madam has some inevitable work and therefore she will conclude her lecture at 2:30. So if you have any questions or doubt, kindly raise your hands or write in chat box so that she can answer now only, and at 2:30 she'll be able to proceed for her work. Okay, and we all will meet at 3:15 only, though the session is going to be concluded at, this session is going to be concluded at 2:30, but we'll meet at 3:15 for the third session, and which is going to be conducted by Dr. Dongre sir.
Sorry guys, sorry. So these are the few tips about having a good communication. I hope I need not explain this to you. Public speaking is another art, and there We have to have another, I mean, everybody knows public speaking is the process of speaking to a group of people in a structured, deliberate manner intended to inform, influence, and entertain the listeners. I think you must be very well aware about these things. Certain things, the goal setting, everybody must be knowing about the goal setting. There was actually these things already are there, but we need to practice it. Have you heard about the musk deer? Have you heard about the musk deer? आपने सुना है एक कस्तूरी मृग होता है. ये कस्तूरी मृग जो होता है, उसकी जो कस्तूरी है, इट इज प्रीशियस देन द डायमंड्स. वो मिलती ही नहीं है आजकल. और वो उस एक जो कस्तूरी नाम का मृग रहता है, उसके नाभि में होती है. And then one day he was so much influenced by that fragrance and wanted to have it. So he runs behind this fragrance and he goes to the riverside, and there he asks other animals that, have you smelled this fragrance? They said, yes, we do. But from where it comes? Then he said, you might have come from the mountains. So he runs to the mountains. पूरी पहाड़ियों पे जाता है, वहां पूछता है सब लोगों को कि ये खुशबू कहाँ से आ रही है. बोलते शायद वो बहुत बड़ा ग्राउंड है, वहां से आती होंगी. दे रन देयर, वहां पे भागता है वो. द होल लाइफ ही रन्स. एंड देन he was almost tired, on the verge of dying, and he comes back home running all over places. So Mrs. Deer was caressing him and telling him, you are taking last breath, my dear, you are taking last breath, and you were running behind this fragrance. That fragrance is in your नाभि, आपके नेवल में ही है, वो अपनी नाभि में ही है. हम लाइफ लॉन्ग चीजों के पीछे भागते रहते हैं, बट एवरीथिंग इज इन आवरसेल्फ, हमारे में ही होता है, लेकिन वी फॉरगेट टू यूटिलाइज देम. ये इट इज नथिंग बट पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट. ये सब्जेक्ट जो है, इट इज अ मैटर ऑफ रियलाइजेशन, इट इज अ मैटर ऑफ awareness, it is a matter of accepting our shortcomings. Then improvement takes place. अपने आप आती है improvement. We were talking about the goal. जैसे नेपोलियन बोनापार्ट भी सबको मालूम होगा. Who was he? Napoleon Bonaparte. I just want to check कि आप लोग सोए नहीं है ना?
No, madam. He was a great king.
Okay, thank you. He was a French emperor.
Yes.
France का emperor था वो, and he wanted to conquer the world. Is it alarm? I'll complete it and then.
No,
I
madam.
will complete it.
Maybe somebody's mobile is ringing or something.
Okay, I thought it is alarm set.
No,
by.
no, madam. No,
Okay,
madam.
okay. So Bonaparte was in love with a beautiful girl, Dislery, and although his aim of life, goal of life was to conquer the world, and then he used to go to the warfares, and then used to write her letters and expressing his love to her. The Dislery was really beautiful, sweet little girl. And then once she saw one brigadier who was 6 feet 3 inches and very handsome. So she says, Napoleon was just 5 feet tall. He was just 5 feet tall. ये 5 feet tall आदमी क्या यार, ये इसके साथ मैं शादी करूंगी, पूरे टाइम लड़ाई पे चला जाता है. He's on the battlefield all the times, and so she refuses her love to Mr. Napoleon. And she writes that I met one brigadier and he's very handsome, tall and handsome. He's 6 feet 3 inches and you're just 5 feet. So I think he's a good match for me and I'm going to marry with her. She refuses her love to him. He was very sad because he used to love her right from bottom of his heart. But one cannot impose oneself others, है ना, किसी पे impose नहीं कर सकते. So he accepts her denial and he focuses on his goal and he keeps on conquering the world, and then one fine day he comes back to his motherland. The entire battalion was there to salute him. पूरी battalion उसको salute कर रही होती है, and then he comes to the, even the distillery and the brigadier used to be there. He comes to them and then he says, वो वहां पे वो सल्यूट करता है ब्रिगेडियर उसको, वो कैप्टन होता है पूरे इसका आर्मी का. Then he asked distillery, now you tell me who is tall, कौन टॉल है. एंड डिस्लरी वॉज ऑलमोस्ट इन टीयर्स, क्योंकि उसने सिर्फ बाहर की ऊंचाई देखी है, नॉट द इनर हाइट. द डिस्लरी हैड seen the outer looks but not the inner heights. So this personality, in personality development, we need to have vision to see the inner height of a person than the outer looks, and we need to give that vision to the students to see the जो चमकता है वो सोना नहीं होता है. So there was a beautiful saying in Marathi. I don't know how much of you know Marathi. Since I'm a Marathi, Suresh Bhatt is a great poet, गजल गायक थे हमारे एरिया के, हमारे अमरावती के. उन्होंने बोला था, मी चिंधी घालून सोनं विकायला बसलो, काही केल्या कोणी येईना. मैं चिंदी पहन के सोना बेचने को बैठा था, कोई भी आया नहीं मेरे पास, बट मैं सोना पहन के चिंधी बेचने बैठा, पण मी सोनं घालून चिंधी विकायला बसलो, गर्दी सरता सरेना, गर्दी सरता सरेना. इतनी भीड़ हो गई, इतनी भीड़ हो गई. जब मैंने सोना पहन के चिंदी को बेचा है तो लोगों ने चिंदी भी ली है बोले मेरे से. Such a beautiful words, but we have to change this perspective, and that personality, your emotional quotient teaches you how to change this perspective and see the inner heights in a person. The goal, you must be knowing the short term, medium term, long term goals, and then we have to achieve. By inch life is a kinch, by yard life is a heart. हमको थोड़ा थोड़ा करके हमको आगे जाना है. अगर हम ज्यादा जाएंगे तो हम मुंह के बल गिर जाएंगे. So we have to follow these things. Of course, these things are, you must be knowing the goal has to be smart, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant and time bound. जैसे हम लोगों को the ladies are very fond of weight reduce करना है, weight reduce करना है. It should be target oriented. What is the difference between goal and dream? What is the difference between goal and dream?
May I?
Please, please, please. Anybody.
गोल जो है वो हम उसको पाने के लिए दिन रात मेहनत करते हैं कि हमें उसको प्राप्त करना ही है अपने लक्ष्य को. और जो ड्रीम है वो हमारा सपना है, आज नहीं तो कल हम उसको और आगे तक लेके जाते हैं, लेकिन उसको पाने के लिए उतना प्रयास नहीं करते जितना हम अपने गोल को पाने के लिए करते हैं.
गोल को हमेशा डेडलाइंस होते हैं, है ना. ड्रीम is that you see in sleep, but the goal is that won't let you sleep.
Correct, very much correct.
Yes, तो हमको हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को यही हमको वो गोल सेट करके देना है और उसको अचीव करने को हमको उनको मोटिवेट करना है. एंड गोल हैज टू बी बैलेंस्ड. अपने करियर को पाना है तो उसमें लाइक करियर एजुकेशन उसी में आता है, तो उसके लिए हमारे फैमिली को भी उसमें जगह होनी चाहिए. वो हमारे फाइनेंशियल कैपेसिटी में है क्या उसका भी अंदाजा होना चाहिए. हमारी फिजिकल स्ट्रेंथ है क्या. बहुत बार आईपीएस को जाना चाहते लोग, लेकिन आपकी हाइट 5'6", 5'7" के ऊपर है क्या, ये भी देखना जरूरी है. बाद में फिर मेंस क्रैक करने के बाद बता रहे यार मेरे हाइट में रिजेक्ट कर दिया, मैं पास ही नहीं हुआ. देन जो जॉब सेटिस्फैक्शन है, जो प्लेजर है, आप जो भी कर रहे हैं उससे आपको आनंद मिलता है कि ये भी देखना है. अदरवाइज आपको डिप्रेशन और वो सब हो सकता है. हमको जो समाज ने हमको इतना दिया, हमारे पेपर में बहुत सारे हम एडवर्टीजमेंट देखते हैं, इनको फलाना फलाना अचीवमेंट मिला, ये मिला, क्यों करते? बिकॉज वी वांट people to know about us, but even the same duty is reciprocatory. We have to pay something back to the society. तो ऐसा कुछ करो कि आप समाज के लिए भी उसमें कुछ होना चाहिए आपका। देन आपकी क्रिएटिविटी इनोवेशंस में भी उसको, वो जो भी जॉब आप कर रहे हैं उसमें आप आपकी क्रिएटिविटी इनोवेशंस डाल के उसको और भी खूबसूरत बना सकते हो। आपका अप्रोच, एटीट्यूड, इट इज अ स्पोक, ये ऐसा स्पोक है, वो अचीव करते समय एक भी आरी आपकी इधर उधर हो गई तो वो गोल है वो बैलेंस्ड नहीं होता है। पैसे बहुत कमाते हैं, दाऊद ने भी कमाया है, लेकिन वो जो पूरी दुनिया की पुलिस उसके पीछे लगी है, आज खोज रही है और छुप रहा है वो जगह जगह। तो वो गोल ऐसा सेट करो, इसमें ये सभी चीजें शामिल हो तो इट इज वर्थ हैविंग इट, एंड वो आपको लाइफ लॉन्ग आपको याद दिलाएगा, लोग आपको याद करेंगे। ये भी जैसे मैंने बोला, जो हमारा व्हील है, ये व्हील के ये जो 6 स्पोक्स है, इसमें हमारी जैसे हेल्थ के लिए टाइम मैनेजमेंट का ये बोल रही हूँ मैं, हेल्थ के लिए टाइम देना चाहिए, नॉलेज विजडम बढ़ाने के लिए टाइम देना चाहिए, फाइनेंशियल जो है उसका भी केयर हमको रखना चाहिए, रिलेशन, फैमिली रिलेशंस। और ये भी बहुत बार ऐसा होता है, पापा आते हैं तब बच्चे सोए रहते हैं, बच्चे जब स्कूल चले जाते हैं तब पापा सोए रहते हैं, और फिर आप बोलते पापा तो हमको टाइम ही नहीं देते, तो फिर मैं ये किसके लिए? हाँ, तो
when we
फैमिली
tell the students to bring the signature, one answer will be, मैम रात को पापा लेट आए थे तो मैं सो गया था, सुबह पापा सोए थे तो हम स्कूल आ गए।
yes, ये बहुत जरूरी है। यू गिव क्वालिटी टाइम टू योर फैमिली। एक आधा घंटा भी अगर आप देते हो तो उनको लगे कि पापा पूरे दिन हमारे साथ है, मम्मा पूरे दिन हमारे साथ है। एक तो वर्किंग वुमन का बहुत गिल्ट होता है कि हम फैमिली को टाइम नहीं दे सकते, तो वी हैव टू अरेंज टाइम इन अ सच वे कि हस्बैंड को भी लगे यार ये बहुत मेरी केयर कर रही है, मदर इन लॉ को लगे यार ये क्या है, मेरी बहू तो बहुत ही सर्वगुण संपन्न है, इज ऑल राउंडर। बच्चों को भी, तो वी हैव टू मैनेज टाइम इफेक्टिवली, और पीपल even the children should feel that no, and then you have to teach them discipline, you have to teach them self reliant, कैसे रहे क्या रहे, और it is a skill after all, we should say। and then your social responsibility भी मैंने बोला है आपको कि आपके समाज के प्रति भी, हमारा एक काउंसलिंग सेंटर है, we help women or the needy people in such a way that कि कुछ न कुछ हमारे तरफ से उनको हेल्प होनी चाहिए वो। And then I'm a single parent, you will shock to know, or you will, I mean, I generally don't share, but आ गया, सिंगल पेरेंट हूँ, तो मुझे बहुत लगता है कि ऐसे आई एम ब्लेस्ड कि आई एम एजुकेटेड, आई एम सेल्फ सफिशिएंट, financially independent, but what about those women who have by choice or by chance lost their husbands, lost their तो उनके लिए हम काफी कुछ काम करते हैं, इमेज करके जो हमारा इंस्टीट्यूशन है उसके जरिए हम उनको काफी हेल्प करते हैं। एंड देन स्पिरिचुअल, आपका कहीं कभी वो एक ये होना चाहिए कि यू फील कि एंड यू बिलीव कि देयर इज वन सुपर नेचुरल पावर है दैट ड्राइव्स यू अहेड इन योर लाइफ, एंड इट वर्क्स। टाइम मैनेजमेंट के लिए मैं बहुत नहीं बोलूंगी, ये एक ऐसा बैंक है जिसमें एक दिन के 86,400 रुपीज है, और वो बैंक का रूल ऐसा है कि यू हैव टू यूज इट, यूटिलाइज इट देन एंड देयर, नहीं तो नेक्स्ट डे ये कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं होता हमारे बैंकों जैसा। तो उसके आधा समय हम सोने में गवाते हैं, तो हमारे पास 43 सेकेंड्स टू 100 सेकेंड्स रहते हैं, उसमें से जो आधे हैं जो हमारा खाना पीना, व्हाट्सएप, बात करना, इस पे जाता है, तो हमारे पास ओनली 10,800 रहते हैं। अगर हम वो भी यूटिलाइज नहीं करते इफेक्टिवली तो वी लॉस्ट एवरीथिंग। एंड हम लोगों को बुक लिखना है, हम लोगों को बहुत सारे काम रहते हैं, तो वो टाइम मैनेजमेंट सबसे पहले मैडम ने जो बोला कि शी यूटिलाइज हर टाइम सो वाइजली, so she gets time to do everything so properly. So I really congratulate her for utilizing her time. Time respects those who respect the time. At the end, I would just like to sum up in this way, that to realize the value of 1 year, ask a student who failed a grade. To realize the value of 1 month, ask a mother who gave birth to a premature baby. एक महीना baby premature आया and she lost the baby. To realize the value of 1 week, ask the editor of weekly of a newspaper. To realize the value of 1 hour, ask the lover who are waiting to meet the beloved one. To realize the value of 1 minute, ask a person who missed the train. Time can be your master and a slave. कल्पना चावला का जो सैटेलाइट था, वो उसमें 1 सेकंड का गड़बड़ हो गया and we lost her. Such a big loss for the aeronautic engineering and the space world. So friends, these are the things. So many things are there. Relationship is also a very, it's kind of a bank. कब कहाँ कब कैसे आपको कोई भी मिलेगा, you don't know. So keep on having good relation with it at least. नहीं तो you don't say कि बाप रे मैं इसको झेल नहीं सकता, बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकता हूँ. But ये सब रिलेशनशिप में बहुत जरूरी है. अंडरस्टैंडिंग, एम्पैथी, डू नॉट belittle the others, losing temper. हम लोग हमारे पार्टनर के साथ we are taken them for granted और हम क्रिटिसाइज करते रहते हैं. एंड हम बहुत सारे केसेस देखते हैं, अरे मैडम इसको देखो, इसकी जुबान तो देखो, ये कभी भी अप्रिशिएट नहीं करती है मुझे, इसका टोन तो देखो, टोन तो देखो. अगर हम कुछ काउंसलिंग को कपल्स आते हैं, एक एना नाम की लेडी थी, तो उनका ऐसा क्लब था, तो दे वांटेड टू कि इम्प्रूव देमसेल्फ. दे सेड चलो हम अपने अपने हस्बैंड्स को पूछते कि हमें कौन सी 6 चीजें हमको इम्प्रूव करनी, वांट टू इम्प्रूव द 6 थिंग्स इन आवर लाइफ. मैंने बोले इंडियन हस्बैंड को पूछना चाहिए था, एक लंबी लिस्ट मिलती थी. यू कुड हैव गॉट द बिग लिस्ट कि ये ऐसी है, वो वैसी है, वो वैसी है. जैसे जैसे ज्यादा इयर्स होते हैं, वी टेक ईच अदर फॉर ग्रांटेड. वो एना का हस्बैंड था, तो उसने पूछा अपने हस्बैंड को कि आई वांट टू इम्प्रूव 6 थिंग्स इन माय लाइफ, तो प्लीज पॉइंट आउट सम improving areas in me. So he was very wise husband. He said, okay, let me come back from the office and then I will let you know what are the things to be improved in you. So in before he goes in a lunch hour, he sends 6 roses, a bouquet of 6 roses, and he writes one placard there, and he writes on it that, and I don't find any fault in you. I love you as you are. तुम जैसे हो वैसे मुझे अच्छी लगते हो. आई लव यू एज यू आर. एंड शी वॉज ऑलमोस्ट इन टीयर. उसने देखा ये आदमी को मैं कभी भी उसके नाश्ता टाइम पे नहीं मिलता है, इसको उसके कपड़े कभी इस्त्री हुए किए हुए नहीं रहते हैं, उसको हर चीज के लिए, बट ही नेवर ग्रम्बल्स एंड शी इम्प्रूव्स हरसेल्फ ऑनवर्ड्स. और ये कुछ चीजें रहती है, हाउ टू टैकल द रिलेशनशिप, हाउ टू कॉम्प्लीमेंट ईच अदर. तो हमने ये 9th वाला है ना, हम टास्क देते हैं हमारे स्टूडेंट को, तो यू गिव कॉम्प्लीमेंट टू एवरीबडी, स्पेशली जो 4th क्लास, जो हमारे चतुर्थ श्रेणी के वर्कर्स रहते हैं, मेड्स रहते हैं, स्वीपर्स रहते हैं, उनको ये करने का, देखो आपके काम कितने अच्छे होंगे. एंड आई हैव एक्सपीरियंस, जब से मैंने ये नया चार्ज लिया है, जस्ट 3 months बिफोर आई वॉज अपॉइंटेड एज अ प्रिंसिपल, एंड आई अप्लाइड दिस ट्रिक कि आपने बहुत ही अच्छा काम किया. एंड दे अगेन गो एंड देन से कि मैडम देखो ये हमने और भी अच्छा किया है करके. सो इट अप्रिशिएट करो. हमारे यहाँ तो बिल्कुल आदत नहीं रहती, स्पेशली हमारे विदर्भ में, और स्पेशली ऑपोजिट सेक्स को अगर हम कॉम्प्लीमेंट देते हैं तो पीपल से सो वी आर very rarely give compliments to each other, but the results are miraculous. The things are very simple, but if we apply in our own lives, it gives the very, very big results. I think these are the common things you must be knowing, but how to apply in life, we have to motivate our students. For स्टूडेंट्स के नाम, मेरे जो रिसर्च गाइड थे उन्होंने मुझे एक बात सिखाई थी कि वर्षा तुम अपने स्टूडेंट्स को नाम से बुलाओ. सबसे ज्यादा एक सर्वे हुआ था, आई एक टेलीफोन ट्रैकिंग में, मैं ऐसी करती हूँ, मैं वैसी करती हूँ, मैं उनका नाम बहुत प्यारा रहता है सबको. हम फोटो भी देखते हैं, किसी की शादी में जाते हैं तो हम किसको देखते हैं, वी आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड टू सी अदर्स, बट वी सी हाँ मैं कैसी देखती हूँ. द सेल्फी गर्ल्स वगैरह जो रहते हैं आजकल के, दे आर इंटरेस्टेड टू सी ओनली देमसेल्व्स. लेकिन ये आई का वी को शिफ्ट करते हैं, दूसरों में इंटरेस्ट शिफ्ट करते हैं. आई थिंक we have very good relations with them. कुछ ओपिनियन भी शेयर करते हैं. सो फ्रेंड्स, एट द एंड आई वुड लाइक टू से कि ये जो लोग हैं, ये जो फ्रंट वॉरियर्स है, सफाई कामदार है, नर्सेस है, पुलिस है, इन्होंने इतना काम किया है सबके लिए. तो उन्होंने अपने खुद की जान की भी परवाह न करते हुए लोगों को उन्होंने समर्पित किया है अपने आप को. तो ये चीजें बैलेंस करना इज पर्सनालिटी. और इससे कुछ भी अगर ज्यादा होता है, इट इज जस्ट लाइक अ रेनबो. रेनबो में हर शेड कैसे ब्लेंड होता है, परफेक्टली ब्लेंड. इफ यू जस्ट इमेजिन इफ द पिंक कलर इज वेरी डार्क, यू वुड से अरे वो ब्यूटी नहीं रहेगी. तो इससे ये सब कुछ अच्छा है, लेकिन ये आदमी हंसता ही नहीं यार. 10 रुपए लो और हंसो जरा, और कुछ भी बोलो तो ये बोलता ही नहीं यार. ये लेबल लग जाते हैं हमारे. वी गेट द टैग्स, वी गेट द लेबल्स फॉर अवर पर्सनालिटी. तो मुझे यही कहना है, मंजिलें उन्हीं को मिलती है जिनके सपनों में जान होती है. पंख होने से कुछ नहीं होता, हौसले से उड़ान होती है, हौसले से उड़ान होती है.
Very
Thank
well
you
said,
so
ma'am.
much.
Very well said.
Thank you so
Really.
much. Thank you. And few minutes for our question answers. Yes, good comments. I'm just checking my chat box now.
Thank you so much, Varsha madam. It was really a very wonderful session. I heard you before when you came to a Department of Commerce in university.
Thank you, Ankita. Thank you so much. Nothing is new in it, but if we apply these small things, the results are very high, very good results.
Really, very true, madam. And madam, lastly, when you have shared about the class 4 workers, I would like to share one thing. I was a teacher in school from last 10 years, and I was in Indo Public School. There was a sir, he was a drawing teacher. He drew a painting, and it was so beautiful, madam, that the title he has given, "Who is educated?" and down he drew a painting in a way कि educated people है, like teachers and all kind of educated people. They were littering on the road and near the dustbin and all, and a class 4 worker is cleaning that litter. So the question was there down, who is educated?
Agree.
It was
absolutely true.
It was very wonderful. And the same thing you taught us today, कि सिर्फ एजुकेशन लेने से आप एजुकेटेड हो गए हो नहीं होता.
एक्चुअली अंकिता, हम लोगों का जैसे लॉ इज माय स्पेशलिटी, एंड जब हम ये फीमेल फिटिसाइड का जो विच इज अ बर्निंग इशू नाउअडेज, फीमेल फिटिस स्त्री भ्रूण हत्या, female fiticide is a burning case, and you will wonder, you will shock to know that few educated doctors in Sangli, and it was on news also, it was on TV
yes,
news
I heard
also.
in news, yes.
They abort the fetus and they feed it to the dogs.
Yes.
मतलब कितना, मतलब so called educated लोग just for the few lakhs rupees, they spoil the entire generations and they don't realize.
Even madam, I heard that in a research it was proved that this means what female this thing, feticide is majorly be done by an educated people only as compared to a uneducated people. So if you go in a village, you might be seeing a farmer having 3 or 4 daughters, but you can't see any educated person is having. They were always कि अरे I okay ठीक है मुझे पहला baby girl है, then I expect a baby boy still. So this thing
Hypocrisy.
really,
We are hypocrites. Yes, yes, yes. It's a hypocrisy.
thank you
Any
so much,
questions from
madam.
the
It was
audience?
very wonderful session.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Varsha ma'am.
Thank
Really,
you.
thank you so much. And that you told that always call the names or remember the name.
Yes,
That
yes.
is very good.
That skill
Yes.
is also amazing. Huh?
Amazing,
That,
really.
yes,
And
yes,
our children wait when we ask any question with a name.
yes,
Then they
yes.
will be very happy that we can
Very
see.
happy. They
Yeah.
feel the closeness.
Yes, yes.
It just try it with your friends also. भाभी भाभी बोलो तो तेने उतना ही तुम अगर बोलते हैं हाँ सुनीता बोलो तो
Yes.
इतना अपनापन
अच्छा।
लगता है उसमें.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
So apply this trick. It will.
I
give
have
you
applied.
wonderful.
Thanks a lot, Varsha ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sunita. Thank you.
And everyone
Thank you
loves
so
the
much.
music of one's name. So I think that's why the people they love when they are called by the names.
Alpana, madam, I mean, I didn't hear you. Please beg your pardon.
Ma'am, I was just saying that everyone loves the music of one's name.
Yes. There was a survey conducted on this, and then they say everybody loves their name only. I.
And I heard this in the same in one award function where actress been asked ki, how it is if you, your last name would be changed. So she said ki, no, I'm happy with my name what I am having right now.
Okay.
So
Okay.
means it was a very bold statement given by an actress क्योंकि इतने बड़े platform पे बोलना where many are there who follow you. It's a very great thing. So
Very
Madam
great.
Alpana Madam is very correct. Everybody love their name, and this thing we
Even
learned
when one
from
survey
you.
is there, when we used to purchase the pen, and when we try, we used to write our name only.
Yes,
Agree.
correct.
Agree.
Thank you so much, madam. I'll not take much of your time as you said you have a work. So thank you so much for your
Thank
valuable
you.
time.
My pleasure. Thank you, organizer, giving me an opportunity to interact with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My
ma'am.
regards
Thank
to
you so much.
Kacharkar sir. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dear participants, now we'll meet at 3:15 sharp. So till that time, please take care of yourself. Bye bye. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome back. Is Dr. Dongre sir joined?
Good afternoon.
Is Dongre sir is there in the meeting?
Sir, if you can put yourself muted, sir. Senthil, sir.
I request Senthil sir or madam to please mute their mic. Good afternoon, everyone. As our resource person has joined the meeting, now we'll start the session. Before that, I would like to give sir's introduction. Professor Anil Dongre sir. He is a PhD net. He has done his post graduation in business administration, and sir is right now working in School of Management Studies, Kavitri Bahina Bai Chaudhary, North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. Sir is a professor and director over there. Sir has a head position and also a director of School of Thought, KBC, North Maharashtra University. Sir has a head position in Department of Dr. Ambedkar Thought, School of Social Science, KBC, North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. Subject of specialization. Sir's area of specialization is financial management, organizational behavior, international finance and business. Sir has total 19 years of teaching experience. Here I would like to share sir's accomplishments. Sir has done his major project and two major projects. Sir has a filed patent. There were total 7 students who was already awarded by PhD degree, and 4 are ongoing. Sir has published 4 books, 9 articles, 2 case studies. Sir also has a publication in national and international journals. Also, sir has attended many conferences and workshops in international and national as well as on state. So I request Dr. Professor Anil Dongre sir to start the session.
Ankita, my PPT is visible to all and I am audible to all.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I must express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Chacharkar sir, Dr. Ankita, and Mr. Ankit. I have gone through today's presentations of erstwhile eminent speaker, and you happen to have understanding of critical thinking in previous session, personality development, and now I am going to discuss about thinking skill for excellence in higher education. So my focus of presentations will be on discussing why thinking skill in higher education is very imperative. So I will not, thoroughly discuss what is thinking skill and its methodologies in detail. But I'll discuss in latter part, I'll discuss brief about thinking skill. So my major focus in today's deliberation will be on why thinking skill in higher education is imperative. In fact, thinking skill or achieving excellence in higher education is a vague adjective. One cannot quantify or qualify the term excellence in higher education. It's a vague itself. But when it comes excellence, achieving excellence in higher education, when it treat it as a value for university or institutions of higher education, then excellence in higher education seems to be very dynamic terms. So today's deliberation of mine is on the title Thinking Skill for Excellence in Higher Education. So when it comes thinking skill for excellence in higher education, philosophically there emerges a question. Let me clear at the outset to all participants, to all learned participants, I believe that everybody who are attending this FDP are at par what I am on with. So, if I ask, what is the goal? See, I am discussing why thinking skill is imperative in higher education. And I am going to be a bit philosophical to answer this question. So, to discuss why thinking skill in education, thinking skill in higher education is imperative, I may ask one question to you, all the participants, that what is the goal of government across the nation? What is the goal of governments across the world? Can anybody answer this question? What is the role of, or what is the goal of government across the world? I'm talking about government of various nations. So what would be their ubiquitous goal? Or for that sake, what is the goal of institutions sprawl all across the nation apart from the government? Can anybody answer this question? Dear participant?
Good afternoon, sir. May I?
Yes.
Sir, so far as institutions are concerned, after this NEP was introduced, the aim of these institutions is, first of all, flexibility, and then developing holistic personalities of the students, and make them solve complex problems, applying their analytical skills, and their evaluating skills should be sharpened. Means in the Bloom taxonomy, earlier we were focusing on the three aspects that they were remembering, understanding, and applying. So for the top ones, they were ignored. So these days, institutions, they are concentrating more on those evaluating and analyzing and creating aspects. So I think this is the goal, and the holistic and the all-rounded personality who is empathetic, who are connected with the communities, with the human beings as a mankind who can live peacefully and coexistence.
Yes. So when it comes to us, or when it comes to answer the questions, what is the goal of any government across the nation or any institutions across the nation? Say, for example, in terms of higher educations, probably Sukla madam told that NEP goal is to invite flexibility in higher education, or for that sake, introducing or sharpening the required skill set for holistic development of the student. But by and large, when it comes to understand the nature of aim, then this goal seems to be the effect. We are not talking about in real sense when it measure on the parameter of nature of aim, then in reality we are talking about the effect of NEP, holistic development of the student. So this is not actually, what I mean to say is that when I'm going to answer the questions why thinking skill in higher education is imperative, in tune with that, I ask questions, what is the goal of any institutions or any government across the world? Then majority of time, most of the time, we talked about the effect of the particular activity. For example, development of holistic development of the student. So if you dissect the nature of aim, then you will find that we are not talking about the aim, but we are talking about its aim. So what would be the ubiquitous goal of any government? Then the ubiquitous goal of any government, or for that sake any institution, is to maintaining the continuity of life. And across this aim, all the activity run through. So goal of any institution, goal of any government across the world must be to maintain the continuity of life, what I feel. But every being must have to strive hard, every individual must have to strive hard for continuity of life. You may interrupt. I am requesting to the participant that they can interrupt me at any time if they want, or they want any kind of clarifications from my side. Right? So the ubiquitous goal of any government across the world or any institution of higher education must be to maintain the continuity of life. Now see how this continuity of life is maintained. How this continuity of life is maintained. Now probably in many conversations with the expert, with the eminent personality, and in various seminars, I found that when I ask what makes the continuity of life or what is required for maintaining the continuity of life, then many youngsters or many students, they utter that maintaining the continuity of life is possible through reproduction. But when we confine the maintenance of continuity of life near to reproduction, then we are or the individual commit mistake, because they see or they treat continuity of life as physiological change. But mind well, dear participant, the life continuum or continuity of life or maintaining continuity of life is more than to it. And in addition to physiological change or prolongation of physical existence, the maintenance of continuity of life is depends on experiencing repeatedly, apart from reproduction, experiencing repeatedly the act of formally experienced belief, values, ideas, morals, aspiration, hopes, goals and objective, happiness and blooms, and so forth. So apart from the reproduction, the maintenance of continuity of life is depends on repeated experience from formally experienced belief, values, ideas, and morals, and so forth. So unless and until in human civilization, the mature of the society not carry forward one's life experience to other, there is no continuity of life. As the human being, specifically human being, I'm not talking about animals. Because animal by birth, they are self-sufficient. Once cow gave birth to calf, the calf stand by his own and he strive hard for milking. It is not possible for human being. So, for human being, for human civilization, even in modern society, it was happening in the savage society, but even in modern society, the individuals who born lame, immature, and without language, he required to seek the help of mature of the society. So when it comes to maintaining the continuity of life, it is necessary that individual must repeatedly experience the formally experience of mature of the society. This should be carried forward from mature to immature, and that makes the continuity of life or existence of life. Now, this continuity of life or carry forwarding one's life experience to others for continuous survival is possible through is possible through transmission of communications of life skill. Transmission through communications of life skill such as practices, interest, belief, purpose, norms and information. So continuity of life is depends on transmissions through communication of life skill such as practice, interest, belief, purpose and norms and informations and other life skill. If it not pass from mature to immature, life cannot be exist. Society cannot be exist. And mind will, human being in the process of maturing, human being in the process of maturing in life journey and for continuity of social life must go through sort of experience. What I am talking about, that experiencing repeatedly through formally experienced belief, values, ideas, moral aspiration, so and so forth. It means that human being is in the process of maturing in life journey for continuity of social life. He or she must go through some sort of experience. So in turns, experience demands thinking. Now I start by asking the questions why thinking skill in higher education is imperative. So thinking skill in higher education is imperative. If you go from bottom to up, it required for gaining the experience. Experience lead to learning, and learning lead to continuity of life. Learning lead to social existence, or it required for maintaining the perpetuity of life. So goal of any higher education institution, goal of any university, goal of any government across the world must be, or still in the periphery of maintaining continuity of life. So thinking skill is required. Why thinking skill is required, or why thinking skill is imperative in higher education? Because it lead to experience. It lead to experience. Experience lead to learning, and learning lead to continuity of social life, or it helps to maintain the perpetuity of life. This is the ultimate goal. Apart from this goal, and to achieve perpetuity of life, there are n number of goals that we work for. So my questions to you in this regard is that in higher education institution, is it really happening that institution, working hard, universities is working hard for maintaining, or their premises or their functioning, their curriculum designing, their action taken in terms of achieving excellence in higher education revolving around the very goal of maintaining continuity of life? The answer is no. The answer is no. Now why? The answer is no. Now why the answer is no? My question was start from, let me remind uh, my deliberation for next 15 to 30 seconds, that I ask questions to you. Why thinking skill in higher education is imperative? Thinking skill in higher education is imperative for achieving the very goal of human civilization, that to maintain the continuity of life. Continuity of life is dependent on experiencing repeatedly the formally acquired experience of matured by the immature, so that to carry forward this experience to next generation. And after carry forwarding this next generation experience to next generation, there emerges the perpetuity or social existence. But this required thinking skill, because thinking skill itself gave birth to the experience. Experience gave birth to learning, and learning gave birth to continuity of life or social existence. Now, is it happening all across the countries? Is it happening that higher education institutions revolving around the goal of maintaining continuity of life? The answer is no. Now, why? The answer is no. Now, if you look at the subject matter of higher educations all across the world, then it consists of bodies of information and skill that have been worked out in past. This is fact. Whether you accept or not, this is a fact, and it is happening not only in India, but it is happening all across the world, barring first 500 institutions, first 500 institutions across the world. So the subject matters of the educations all across the world.
दुपारी दुपारी जातात ते सकाळी असतात 8:30 ते
Pradeep, you just mute yourself.
असंच भेटायला आलो माझं काम पण होतं आणि ते आता आमचा रिझल्ट डिक्लेअर झाला 5 ऑगस्टला, तर मी युनिव्हर्सिटीत जाऊन आलो. त्यांना मी विचारलं की असं काही प्रोव्हिजन आहे का की त्यांनी मला माझं मार्कशीट
Pradeep Solone to mute
प्रायोरिटी
him.
कॉलेजचं एक लेटर लागतं, ते आलं की त्यांची प्रोसेस सुरू होईल.
Hello.
गांधी सरांनी पण मला बोलत होतं आणि मग भेटायला पण आलो. नंतर सगळ्यांना ऐकून झालं. हो कुठं भेटलं ऍडमिशन?
प्रदीप सर, अपना माइक म्यूट कीजिए.
हो हो बरोबर. एमएस ला. हो एमएस.
I request host to mute Pradeep sir's mic.
मला ऍक्च्युली तिन्ही युनिव्हर्सिटीत ऍडमिशन मिळाली.
प्रदीप सर, प्रदीप सर प्लीज अपना माइक म्यूट कीजिए.
तर मग ते आता दर सेमिस्टरला नंबर ऑफ क्रेडिट्स वर भरावी लागते. बरोबर. मग ते काही फायनान्स गव्हर्नमेंटचं काही
प्रदीप सर
स्कॉलरशिप ओपनला नाही ना देत नाही येतच ना तुम्ही येतच काही येत मी पाहिलं ना ते नाही समाज कल्याणचं वेबसाईट आहे ना त्याच्यावर जाऊन तुम्ही सर्च करा
request to mute Pradeep sir's mic.
क्लोज करावं लागतं ना मग तसं मी अप्लाय पण केलं होतं मग त्यांनी मग ते सेव्हिंग्ज अकाउंट मध्ये रिजेक्ट केली मग ऍप्लिकेशन मध्ये रिजेक्ट केलं मग ऍक्च्युली ओपनला गव्हर्नमेंटच्या नाही आहे ओपनला आहे पण तुम्ही तसं
Sorry, sir. Please continue.
So the subject matter of education all across the world, not only in India, consists of bodies of information and skill that have been worked out in past. So the chief business of educational institution is to transmit them to new generation. So what has been set forth or what has been discussed in past in terms of informations or skill, the very or chief business of educational institution is to transmit them to new generation. So if you look at the traditional pedagogy, you'll find that in the classroom, teacher communicate and enforce the rule of conduct. Teacher communicate and enforce the rule of conduct in the classroom. In fact, it transmit the subject matter, knowledge and skill which it gained from books. The subject matter, knowledge and skill are passed, handed down to the student. So, as it handed down to the student, probably the capacity of young student seems to be foreign when we sit in the classroom. The required subject matters, the methods of learning and behaving, thus are foreign to the existing capacity of the student. We are not bothering about whether he or she is capable of in traditional classroom, and I am talking about it is not happening only in India, but it is happening across the world, because the current scheme of education is in essence one of the impositions from above and from outside by the adult or teacher towards the student. So, question arises whether the student are thinking about maintaining the continuity of life, or is there any sense that arises in the mind of the student for maintaining the continuity of life, which is the very aim of education, which is the very aim of education, which is not happening. So, higher education institution basically not transmitting or not trying hard to transmit through communication of habits of doing, thinking and feeling, which is very essential for continuity of life, which is very essential for maintaining the perpetuity of life, which is the ubiquitous goal of entire government, entire educational institution. So this is what I would say is the pathetic situation of education, specifically the higher education across the world. So what we need to focus on there? What we need to focus on there? So what education appeal for building the capacity of stakeholders? If we ask or we discuss this case, the case is somebody was not attentive while attending this FDP program. This is the case. Now, why he or she was not attentive? Is it flaw of our education system? Why somebody was not attentive in the online class? Probably he might be considered that this FDP is required for fulfilling said requirement for upgradation in higher skill. Is it somewhere matched to very a specific goal of higher education, that maintaining the continuity of life? No. So, what education appealed for building the capacity of stakeholders? We never do, or we never consider aim of education is to continue educations for continuous experience. I told you, experience, repeated experience from mature to immature is very essential for maintaining the continuity of life. For having a repeated experience from mature to immature, they are required learning. They are required experience. That experience required thinking. So, when it comes to discuss in this way or in this dynamics, the entire aim of education seems to be changed. So, the aim of education for building the capacity of the stakeholders and for maintaining the continuity of life, the aim of education must be to continue the education for continuous experience, because experience lead to learning, learning lead to continuity of life. Unless and until there is no activations of further experience, the continuity of life will not possible. There are so many animals, there are so many birds, there are so many species of flora and fauna has been non-existence on the earth. But human being or human society is going and on and on and on. और कहते हैं, and it has been said that the human civilization will survive, or their age, the age of earth is near about 4 crore years. 4 crore years. No. 4 billion years. So, if you want to continue the life, if you want to continue the human civilization, the aim of higher education, not only higher education, if I stick to only higher education, but in broader sense, the aim of education must be to activate the further education. Then and only then we can build the capacity of the stakeholders, be it teacher, be it student, be it society, be it government. So for building the capacities of stakeholders, there are required activations of further experience, and that experience must be very strong experience. That experience must be very strong experience, so that that strong experience must be attained through continuous education. So, in nutshell, what John Dewey say, for building the capacity of a stakeholder, one has to overcome the natural inclination and substitute in its place habits acquired under external pressure. We say education is a process of overcoming natural inclination. In traditional classroom, we supposed to kill the natural instinct. We supposed to kill the 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 instinct of the student. We surpass their instinct. We never try to substitute the natural inclination. We simply pass on subject matter, knowledge and skill, which was gained through book or which was gained through some other material, and we bombard that subject matter, that skill on the student. We never try and hard to substitute natural inclination, uh, and we never try to make it habits of the student. Mind well, all genuine education comes through experience, but some experience are miseducative. अब देखिएगा कि क्लासरूम में there is a often burst statement, student not turning toward the classroom, howsoever great efforts is taken by me. This is a common burst statement of the professors or academicians. But have a think of why students are not turning towards the classroom, irrespective of deep endeavors, deep study you have been, carried out for engaging in your class. Still, students are not turning towards the class. We always boast. I took 3 hours for preparations of this lecture, and bloody I'm sorry. Ankita, I'm audible?
Sir, now you are audible, sir.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
So the student, why student not turning towards your classroom irrespective of hard won effort made by the professors or academicians? Because the reason behind is that our experience that student get sometimes is miseducated. And if the experience are miseducative, irrespective of your hard won efforts, probably it may not generate the strong experience. It may not generate the strong experience, and there is disconnected experience. So the energy dissipated and person become scattered because of miseducative experience. That's why it is said that all genuine education comes through experience, but some experience are miseducative. And if some experience are miseducative, if the student get miseducative informations in the classroom, irrespective of your hard work effort, there is disconnected experience. And if the experience is disconnected, then energy of the teachers, energy of the student dissipated and person become scattered mind. So mind rail for building the capacity of stakeholders in higher education institution, the goal or aim of education must be to continue educations for continuous experience. That experience must activate the further experience. Otherwise, if it is the experience is miseducative, then there will be disconnected experience which dissipate the energy of student and energy of the faculty as well. So then what would be the real goal of higher education? For maintaining the continuity of life and where thinking skill is emerged, our requirement of thinking skill is emerged. This is our topic of discussions or topic of deliberations, important content of deliberations of my today's presentation. If you want a detail about the philosophical outlook of experience, continuity of life, then you can simply cut paste this link and you can download my paper which is available on the internet. So then what would be the goal of higher education for maintaining the continuity of life or for maintaining the perpetuity of social, perpetuity of social existence? Any question? Any question, audience? Any question?
No, sir.
No, sir.
So then how can we think about or what is the right direction to have higher education goal in changing dynamics? Now to explain this, the aim of higher education or goal of higher education, ultimate goal of higher education must be maintaining the continuity of life, maintaining the perpetuity of social existence. Now this continuity of life and maintaining perpetuity of life is associated with individual efficiency, social efficiency that lead to social growth. So perpetuity of life or continuity of life is associated with the social growth. Social growth is associated with or depends on attaining the individual efficiency and social efficiency. So ultimate goal of higher education must be social growth through attaining individual and social efficiency for maintaining the continuity of life. So if you think about higher education's goal in changing dynamics, one has to understand where thinking skill or where a requirement of thinking skill is immersed. Now to explain this, one has to understand this flow chart. This is very important. This flow chart have been conceptualized from John Dewey's book Education and Democracy, which is available on the net in PDF form, which was published in 1960. You also go through it. Mind well, the experience that individual do experience. I will not go in detail the theory of experience because it is very complex to understand. But experience is very essential for the social growth. Social growth lead to maintaining continuity of life, which is the ultimate goal of any government or any higher education institutions. But at the base of social growth, at the base of maintaining continuity of life, the essential requirement is experience. Now, how this experience generated by the individuals? Now see, individual, that is self, interact with others and environmental condition. Individual, we, probably here, I suppose more than 64 participants are present here. Now see, how we do gain experience. At the very first slide, I was talking about repeated experience. Repeated experience experienced by the matured. Okay. Mind well, I'll rewind this slide at the end of my session. But repeated experience experienced by the matured of the society. Keep this statement in mind. and let's we move forward. So you are 64 participants. They do have experience. When they do have experience, when they will interact with self through senses, with others, and with environments. So interaction of self with others and environmental condition or situation in continuity, it produces some sort of knowledge and skill. Here I am talking about learning. This knowledge and skill produce experience. But mind where this experience comes through genuine education. If it is miseducative, then there will be distorting experience. What I have been explained in my previous slide. If there is distorting experience, student will not sit in your classroom. Either you'll have to scold them or you'll have to create fear in their minds. Okay. So experience must be genuine experience. That experience one learn or one gain through interactions with self, others, and environmental conditions continuously. And if that experience is genuine experience, then it leads to richer future experience. You know, 95% of time the student fail to have richer experience. The study said that 91% engineers of this country are unemployable. They are not fit for job in the industry. Or 77% of total graduates from traditional stream, they are not fit for employment in the industry. Why they are not fit for, employment in the industry? Because they fail to have genuine education. As they fail to have genuine educations, they fail for richer future experience. है ना? अगर कोई कॉमर्स का होगा या प्रोफेशनल एजुकेशन से होगा तो हम केस स्टडी देते हैं या there is a term in my previous lecture I had talked on flipped classroom. Now why flipped classroom? Flipped classroom actually is for increasing the number of contact hours. So what tomorrow you are going to teach them, he will learn today itself by his own, then he will receive his experience. So when you provide study material to the student, and when he comes by reading his own and understand the concept what you are going to discuss tomorrow, then and only then he will receive the genuine education, he will receive the strong experience. Otherwise, there will be discontinued experience. There will be no genuine education. There will be miseducation, or that experience will be miseducative, and it distort the experience. What is happening, majority of higher education institutions. Mind will, this rich experience, this rich future experience is the fundamental or must be the fundamental goal of higher education, providing the rich experience to the student. Not only providing rich experience to the student, but maintaining the continuity in experience, maintaining the continuity in rich experience is essential. Because once you maintain the continuity in rich experience, then and only then their former habits. Higher education institutions in India. I'm not talking about IIMs or IITs, but higher education institutions. More than 800 universities are there. Majority of them fail to have formation of habits among the students because they fail to provide genuine education, and as they fail to provide genuine education, they fail to provide richer future experience. And of course, maintaining the continuity of research experience. So, maintaining the continuity of rich experience lead to formation of habit. Formation of habit lead to formation of attitude of desire and purpose. A person without purpose is slave. A person without purpose is a slave. And majority of the youngsters, majority of the graduates are purposeless. If we succeed to form the attitude of desire and purpose, we will succeed to produce sensitivity and responsiveness. How many students of ours are sensitive and responsive? That 20 years back, I have had experience that students were fighting for scrapping 1 mark out of 20. The student used to secure 19 marks out of 20, and they used to fight with me for why I have been scrapped 1 marks. Now students are fighting, nowadays, students are fighting for they secured 7 marks and minimum passing is 8 marks. Now they are fighting for why I have not given them 8 marks. Why this so? Why this change in attitude or change in psychology of the student? Because our education system failed to produce sensitivity and responsiveness. Previously it was there, but nowadays it is deteriorating day by day. Mind well, once we succeed to produce the sensitivity and responsiveness, there increase person skill in direction. Increasing person skill in directions is very essential. Random skill may not work, but if it is in direction, then there will be individual efficiency and individual growth. If there is individual efficiency and individual growth, there is a social efficiency and social growth. And thus, we will succeed to maintain the continuity of life. Otherwise, after 50 years, after 100 years, if higher educations fail to imbibe, fail to impart or fail to maintain the social efficiency or individual efficiency amongst our youngsters, there will not be social growth and India will lose its glory. Now think about all these parameters, right from providing genuine experience, providing richer future experience, maintaining the continuity of experience, formation of habits, formation of attitude of desire and purpose, producing sensitivity and responsiveness. In all the aspects, they require thinking skill. They require thinking skill. And here, this aspect we fail to introduce even in NEP. NEP is very, very attractive, very, very lucrative documents. It boasts lots, but in reality, if you count the salient features of national education policy in terms of enhancing individual efficiency, individual growth, social efficiency, in terms of producing sensitivity on responsiveness, even in terms of formations of desires and habits, it has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. And thinking skill required here. So when I talked about thinking skill for excellence in higher education, probably I'm talking about one should have to think about, one should have to focus on requirement of thinking skill in formation of richer future experience, which is the outcome of genuine education, which is the outcome of interactions of self with others and environmental conditions. How to interact, when to interact, why to interact. It required thinking skill. Maintaining continuity of experience required thinking skill. Person skill in particular direction, increasing person skill in particular directions require thinking skill. Particular directions is very essential. Particular directions is very essential. I always used to say is that actually there is no aim of education. There is no aim of education. People may say, or participant may say, I am full. I don't know whether I am full or not, that you decide by your own. But it has been said that there is no aim of education. If there is any aim of education, then aim of education is to continue further education. Then when I say if there is no aim of education, then what exactly it means? If national education policy documents, say for example, national education policy emphasize on establishment of parak. Is it the aim of education? It is the aim of the person who have been conceptualized that there should be parak. There should be parak. It has been conceptualized by the group of people. So it is their aim. So in reality, mind well, dear participant, there is no aim of education. It's a aim of that person. It's a aim of that institution. So when it comes to the aim of education, then aim of education is to further to provide or to continue the further education for continuous experience. In the real sense, this is the aim of education. And for this, or if we want, in real sense, we want to excel our institutions, higher education institutions, then it is very essential, it is very imperative for us to look at into this angle, to look at through this lens. Then and only then we will able to attain the social growth. Otherwise, we may not. We may not. This line of action is adopted by the education system in Finland, which is number one in the world. Adopted by Sweden, adopted by Switzerland, or for let's say, Japan. No other countries are thinking on this line of action. So, goal of higher education must be must be to attain the social efficiency and social growth, which is possible through individual efficiency, inculcating individual efficiency and individual growth. And individual efficiency and individual growth is possible through education. But that education must be genuine education, and that genuine education must, must pass through from the stream of thinking skill, from the stream of thinking skill. So, dear friends, dear participant, there are, as I told you that I will not focus on what is thinking skill and some methodologies in detail, but I'll discuss in brief. So, to attain social efficiency, social growth, our thinking must be, or we need to set forth our thinking skill and the patterns of thinking skill that has been explained by two taxonomies. This I have been already explained. So thinking skills taxonomy for promoting rich experience. There are so many n number of thinking taxonomies are there. I have considered only two taxonomy, Davis provided by Davis and Bloom taxonomy, which is you all people are aware about. So you are aware about the fact that we are living in global village, and our economies, our environment, totally engrossed by computational technology or convergence of information technology. So, in this era, it is very essential and imperative to design the thinking, to think about, introducing thinking taxonomies in higher education curriculum. So, design thinking or conditioning of students in higher education for thinking critically offer an important pathway for satisfying the demands of the stakeholders. Without implementing thinking skill taxonomy, without having critical thinking or infusing critical thinking into the mind of our student, we cannot provide a rich experience. And absence of rich experience will lead to absence of attitude, absence of habits, uh, absence of formations of purpose, absence of sensitivity and responsiveness, and of course, the individual efficiency, so and so forth, the social efficiency cannot attain. So, for that sake, it is very it's a time demand for the universities, for the higher education institution to think about, to introduce design thinking in their curricula, even in science, even in technology, even in uh, 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 every field of education. So there are two taxonomy that uh, I have been took for the discussions which are there in front of you. You are very well aware about that. I will not go further. But for having rich experience, it is imperative for the faculty, for the academicians to create the student with interpretative ability, with analytical ability, with evaluating and argumentative ability, and of course the metacognitions. At the lower level, no, we do bombard what is there in our mind in the classroom, what we have been learned from the book, what we have been learned from our experience, that we pass on from from mature to immature or youngster in the classroom. So that will not work to have rich experience. So new techniques of new methodologies for pedagogy one has to introduce, so as the interpretative ability, analyzing ability, evaluating ability, even the metacognitions. Metacognitions is thinking about own thinking, whether the thought given by me is correct or not. Thinking about own thinking. Unless and until we will not think about our own thinking, we may not provide space for rich experience. So providing space for rich experience is necessary, and this is nothing but the critical thinking what many a times academicians do talked about. Then there is a Bloom taxonomy. Everybody are aware about this Bloom taxonomy, which have 6 levels. For example, uh, uh, we must have to we must have to you know make the mind of the student. I'm not talking about forcing the student, or conditioning the mind of the student, so that he will think about gathering of information. Google, the global library, killed the ability of observation, ability of recalling the informations. So within a one click, he is getting the information. But procuring information is not essential or is not necessary. What not to procure is very essential. That we are not teaching for rich experience. So Bloom taxonomy in practice, it emphasizes at the level 1, it emphasizes to be a critical thinkers, then one should have to imbibe the ability of gathering the information, confirming this information, or understanding this information, whatever information he or she has been gathered, using that information smartly, where to use that information. Uh, Chinese university, in their final year examination, their graduates go for the project work. Every graduates go for the project work. And for example, what kind of project work they go for? For example, in China there is no mobile repair shop, but in India there is mobile repair shop. So for repairing the mobile, they require hard guns, and that hard guns not produced in India. It has been produced in China only. Now, how they got these informations? They got these informations through the project carried out by their students. So, for example, they ask the student to collect the information from Ulhasnagar, Mumbai, that who are the mobile users, what is their requirements. You know what is product? If you define what is product, anybody tell me what is product? Yes, within 5 to 10 minutes I will stop myself. Can anybody tell me what is product? Yes, है ना? मेरा आवाज आ रहा है ना सबको? Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So what is product? How many? 66 are there. Okay, 2 increase. So what is product? Yes, I suppose FDP, Atal FDP, organized by Commerce and Management. So probably many participants are from Commerce and Management background. So what is product?
Sir,
Anybody?
in terms of education, I feel product is the final outcome. Not commercially, not from commercial standpoint. I feel from educational standpoint, product is the final outcome.
And in generalized sense, Dr. Basu?
Yes, sir,
Sir, which
from
has
general
certain utility.
Yeah. What is product?
Sir, in general sense, it means which has certain utility.
Yes, it has certain utility, correct. But you know, you talked about who was the respondent?
सर कोई चीज सेल के लिए बनाई जाए बेचने के लिए.
Okay, okay. So product is need actually. You know, product, any needs is the product. So Chinese look, or Chinese identify the needs. You know, सुई में धागा पिरोने की एक मशीन मिलती है. वो जो क्या बोलते हैं कि वो नीले वो नहीं लगते कि क्या बोलते हैं उसको समथिंग वो जहां बहुत सारे सामान मिलते हैं ऐसे अभी यू नो दैट काइंड ऑफ एग्जीबिशन. ओके, इन exhibitions you'll find that there is a Chinese machine they have been invented and it is useful in inserting the thread into needles that has not been produced by India. So product is a need actually. In real sense, product is a need. They convert need into product. Product is a need. Now, how which product is to be produced is depends on needs. I'm talking about making use of knowledge. Further, I'm talking about analysis of higher orders. So Chinese do that. Their graduate do collect the information about the mobile seller in Ulhasnagar, or they do collect the information how many shops, mobile repair shops are there, and accordingly they produce the product. This is all about the thinking skill. So analysis of higher order, that is seeing the patterns of information using old ideas and comparing, create new ones, and comparing and discriminating between old and new ideas. It is evaluations of higher order, which is a requirement or which is need of ours that one has to think about. So mind well, dear participant, that why thinking skill is necessary in higher education. We boast, we talk, we have in number of seminars on thinking skill, but why thinking skill is required in higher education we never talked about. So for thinking skill is required uh, to be incorporated or to provide it into institutions and universities for maintaining excellence in higher education, and it is possible only if the institutions and universities succeed to contribute towards the aim of social efficiency and social growth, as it activate the perpetuity of life, so the society and nation across, and in conjunction with this, for maintaining the perpetuity of life on larger map, on larger panorama, thinking skill is one of the attributes that helps individual and student to have enriched and enlarged experience. Thank you very much. Now the questions and answers.
Participants, if you want to ask any question, if you have any query or doubt, you may can ask, sir.
अरे पूछिए भाई, ना ना, बहुत सारे सवाल आपके मन में पैदा होने चाहिए. You just ask it.
You can directly unmute your mic and can ask.
Or you can message me. If you not, you can message, because we have again 5 to 10 minutes more to do.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Good evening, sir. Sir, as you told that we need to develop our thinking skill. Is the development of the thinking skill depend on the syllabus design, or uh, the other things are there to develop the thinking? What is the how to develop, or what should be inculcated in the syllabus so that thinking skills should be developed? As you told that national education policy will not be create the thinking capacity in the students. So you have rejected this theory that national scheme will develop, but actual national scheme is actually giving the education related with your skills only. So, but you are telling the national skill not develop the thinking skill. How is it possible, sir?
I'm expecting this question. Okay. Just I'm going to share screen. Okay. This is the common question that
Sir, actually, I like your lecture. The lecture was very different from the earlier lectures. Your lecture or your thoughts made me to think. How you have made this your lecture today? It's very nice, sir.
You know, you are differing on the statement of mine on national education policy. I ask, or I explain what should be the, or what shall be the, or what is the goal of education. The goal of education, institution, university, even your goals, ubiquitous goal must be to maintain the continuity of life. Anybody of you amongst today's participant want to seize the civilization? The answer is no. Everybody want their generation must be and on, go and on and on and on. That means we are talking about existence of life. So the goal of education must be to to maintain the continuity of life or continuity of social existence. So for continuity of social existence, they require social growth, they require social efficiency. Now, I have been explained why social efficiency is required, that form the habit, that form the responsiveness, that form the so and so forth. But before or to conclude your answer to your question, there is need for us, everybody. There is need for us, everybody, to understand the nature of aim. What is aim? अभी ये सवाल मैं आपको पूछूंगा, मैं एक्सप्लेन करूंगा. What is aim? So aim is aim implies an orderly and ordered activity, one in which the order consists. Okay, one in which the order consists. So it is aim is an orderly and ordered activity. If you ask, national education policy is an orderly or ordered activity, the answer is no. Now why the answer is no? Because it talked about result, it talked about effect, but it not talked about end. And two terminations of any aim or completion of what has been preceded constitute the aim. Mind well, constitute the way. For example, let's take it an example of hives. बीज जो होता है, बी मधुमक्खियां होती हैं, मधुमक्खियां का छत्ता जो होता है, that explain the aim and orderly and ordered activity, which talked about ultimate aim, which talked about ultimate aim. बीज में क्या होता है कि what happens if you look at minutely, if you observe the bee hives, you'll find that the bees collect the pollen, converted that pollen into wax, and they build the cell. Activity is over. This activity leads to further activity. Be very serious, dear participant, because this is very important to understand the nature of aim. What should be, or how aim must be, or how one has to plan for aim. So one can understand it from the example of bees hive. What I told you that an aim employs an orderly and ordered activity. If it is not orderly and ordered activity, then it is mere result. It is mere an effect, but not an end. So what bees do? They collect the pollen, they convert it into wax and build the cell. The activity temporarily suspended or over. after building the eggs hatches, that activity is over. Further activity lead. And the queen rear the bees, baby bees, unless and until they will not grow enough to sustain by themselves. And then further the collections of pollen, begins. So in every document, in every policy document, there must be an orderly and ordered activity. I am not opposing national education policy. It is a good and fantastic documents. But when it comes to its aim, it is not an orderly and ordered activity. Simply because of the fact that national education policy talked about, doubling the GR by from 20% to 50% up to 2035. Now, for doubling the GR from 25 to 50% up to 2035, there required 800 new university within the time span of 15 years. And it required each university must be established in a week. Now, have the policy framers thought about this? Because an aim employs an orderly activity and ordered activity. When 800 university will be established, or national education policy, boasting about to bring forth 2 crore child in primary education. Now to bring forth 2 crore child in the primary education because they want to achieve 100% GR. If they want to achieve 100% GR, then they require 50 school every week to establish for next 15 years. Have they planned for it? Have they planned for it? The answer is no. Higher Education Council of India is pending since last 2 years. See, even the Kothari Commission documents was absolutely fine documents. The first national education policy, which was introduced in 1968, it was also best policy document, which is also applicable to at this point of time as well. It has not been implemented because it don't have aim and orderly and ordered activity. Mind will, it required foresight. There is absence of foresight. There is absence of foresight. Otherwise, डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाओ अच्छे, उसका बहुत अच्छा मार्केटिंग करो, लेकिन जब इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की बात आती है, when it comes to implementations, it seems to be horrendous task. So that's why I said that national education policy documents seems to be lucrative, but what has been expected and when it correlates with the very aim of higher education is to maintain the continuity of life. so as to maintain social efficiency, individual efficiency, and social growth. It is absolutely absent if you look at or if you read the 65 pages of National Education Policy. Thank you. Yes? Anybody else? Sonona sir, Pradeep sir.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, I got my answer. Yes, sir. What you explained.
आप उसको पढ़िएगा आप it seems to be they use very catchy jargons, they use very very impressive organization, how they will implement the product. The answer is no. There is no policy at frame for product. How they will merge AICT, UGC, National Council for Teachers, then Medical Council of India. Are there any policy documents? The policy document is, there is no policy document yet available. So it's simply catchy words, it impressed a lot, and we the Indians, do not dissect the things. We are not critical thinkers. I'm sorry to say, we are not critical thinkers. हम भाव में बह जाते हैं. Thank you so much. If anybody have questions, they can raise the questions. Otherwise, Ankita, go for vote of thanks.
Yes, sir. Anybody wants to ask any question?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Open your videos. Let me see your faces. Everyone. Okay, Ankita is there. Ankita, your faculty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Prerna madam is there. Now open your videos, ma'am.
I request Soumitra madam, Pradeep sir, Debadyuti madam to please put on your video so that sir can see us. He wanted to see our faces.